Alright. I was gonna stream yesterday. Didn't do that. I ended up burning my mouth while I was cooking because I went to taste if something was done, and I thought I had cooled it off enough. Nope, it was searing hot and burned my tongue, and I didn't feel it. Still hurts, but nowhere as bad as it did yesterday. So yeah, I didn't really feel like streaming after that. Plus, I had to wake up early because my uncle and grandmother needed to go to the courthouse, so I had to stay home and watch the kids. So I had to be up to do that. So they woke me up early. So I was pretty tired by the time that I would have normally streamed. So that was also that. So just didn't feel like it. I did do a little bit of off-stream farming on just killing legionaries. I have just been doing circles, basically. Walking around this area, wiping everything out. And then I remembered, oh yeah, one of the triggers... Oh. Hold on. What the fuck? Okay. What the hell? I hate that those grenades exist. I fucking hate those stupid cluster grenade things. Fuck you. Leave me alone. But yeah, I remembered that one of the triggers is for his quest is killing the spy in McCarran, and we never did that. I completely forgot about it. So I think if we just do that and then go near Bitter Springs, that will activate his quest.
I'm sure our victory was purely thanks to your brilliant leadership.
So we're gonna go do that, and then that should start his quest. And if it doesn't start his quest, I'm just gonna say fuck it and go to Old World Blues, because I don't care. If Boone just wants to be an emo little bitch and not talk to me, then forget it. I don't even care. Oh yeah, also I installed some more mods. I trimmed some of the duplicate mods that were being added due to other stuff, which freed up some space, so I got some new mods. And one of them is this Ranger Sequoia animation that's a little bit more sensible than the other one, and also just cooler. I like the reload animation better anyway. I thought they were about to punch me. I was like, do you want to die? Give me your purified water. I've actually been collecting a lot of purified water while I was doing the farming. Yeah, 45.
Come on!
You can't hide from me forever.
What? I like how these two ran to me for safety. Actually, these three, all three of them ran to me for safety.
Can't hide from me forever.
Oh, there's a guy right there.
Glad that's over.
You could have shot, you know. I didn't have to do all the work. Hi, Pagan. Hi, Zitty. Buckshot Roulette multiplayer released tomorrow. You thinking what I'm thinking? Oh man, I still never got that game. Like, I never bought the game. I don't know. Maybe that'll finally be what makes me get it. Just so me and Kree can play it. What about tongue burn? Stream started halfway through the explanation for me. I burnt my tongue yesterday while I was cooking. I made chili. And when it was pretty well done, I put some in a bowl and tasted it to see if it was ready. And the first time I tried it, I let the bowl sit for a little bit. And I tried it. And I was like, it's good, but it needs a little bit more seasoning. So I put some more seasoning in it, mixed it together. Put it in the bowl again, waited about 30 seconds to a minute for the bowl to cool down, and, blew on the piece that I was about to eat. Thought that was good enough. Nope, it was still searing hot. Stuck it in my mouth and it ended up burning my tongue, and it actually seared it so bad that, yeah, it actually still hurts, even today. It's not as bad as it was yesterday, though, so, but yeah, it hurt pretty bad. Oh yeah, also I went outside to check on the cats and everything and just look around. And I heard something in the garage in one of the chicken like feed bags. So I went back in, got my flashlight and a gun, came back out, checked. There was 2 big skunks right in the middle of the garage, and I didn't want to shoot them in the garage because then I'd never get them out of the garage and it would stink. So I tried to usher them out of the garage so I could deal with them, and they ended up hiding underneath a really big cabinet we have in there, and I couldn't get to them, so that was annoying. So yeah, we have 2 big skunks. Well, actually, I did go back out there at a different part of the night, and I did find them in the garden. I got one. I didn't see the other one. The other one ran away before I had a chance to deal with it. But then I looked over near the fence, and there was also a raccoon just staring at me. I didn't shoot the raccoon. I let it be because it wasn't doing anything, but I did walk over to it and, like, kick the grass and tell it to, like, leave. Without landing on the property. The fuck, dude? The hell was that stance?
You like that?
Ah! Stop throwing those things, you fucking... God, we just dealt with legionary assassins. Holy crap. They really want me dead. They're just sending every single one they have, like... just a few yards from each other. Pagan licked the stove. No, I didn't. Will all these animation reworks make the game more like Hunt than Fallout? I mean, considering how shitty and simple the base Fallout animations tend to be, I'd see that as a good thing. At least animation-wise. This game definitely could have done with better animations when the game was being made, but what can you do? Poor tongue cells. It does still kind of hurt, not gonna lie. be I dealt with one of the skunks, and then I was like checking the fence line with my flashlight, and I just saw a face staring back at me, and I was like, what? And then I realized it was a raccoon. And I was like, what the hell's a raccoon doing here? It's probably that damn chicken feed bag. I'm gonna have to put it in a trash can and seal a lid on top of it, because I think that's what they're coming around here for. Oh my god.
I'm glad that's over with.
Jesus. Oh, right, that was one of the mods I added. I forgot. Yeah, so I added a very important mod. I can push people. Don't ask me why I felt I needed that. I just felt I did.
What a
What
shame.
the? Oh. I thought they disappeared for a second. I was like, did they just vanish when I went to shoot at them? No, they fell off of the truck. And inadvertently dodged a bullet. Oh, there's someone over there. God, I love this gun. I also swapped out some of my guns. Like I brought out the old lever action because I just felt like using it. So I put my 12 gauge stuff away in favor of the 20 gauge because I just wanted to use the lever action for a bit. Got this thing. Actually, do I have the PPSH on me still? Yes, I do. Okay, I also have this. I don't know which one of these I actually like more. They're both about the same. They both use the same ammo, and they both hold 71 rounds at a time. So I don't know which one I like more. And they've got a pretty similar animation. I also, I bought all of the parts for the anti-material rifle, so this thing is completely decked out. So we'll probably be using this more. I put the singlet away. I figured I didn't need it anymore since I'm just going to be using this thing. Commie gun. Yeah, but it's a good commie gun. Seeing as how they only had a year to work on them and what the standard for Bethesda is, I'd say they did the best they could. Yeah, I mean, I agree. That's why, you know, I can't judge them too harshly about it, but It would have been nice to have had better animations, but what can you do? At least they had an excuse. Fallout 4 and 76, they absolutely, and Starfield especially. Oh my god, Starfield. They especially have no fucking excuse. They should have far better animations than what they have. But no, they still have very basic, shitty animations that would have fit into, like, Fallout 3. And it's like, that's pretty sad. The fact that Starfield had such awful animations is just absolutely fucking unacceptable. Then again, Bethesda still hasn't even learned proper gun design. They're still doing crazy, weird gun shit that doesn't make any sense. Hate. Need the mod that kicks people like 4 feet. Good and commie in the same statement. Shake my head. Pagans lost his marbles. Hey, I'm not saying communism is good, but it's hard to hate on, you know, on guns, especially guns that are actually pretty good. Okay, we don't judge guns here, all right? They're not responsible for what their masters do with them. All right? That's like blaming a dog for being owned by a meth addict. You know, it's not the gun's fault. It's not the dog's fault, and it's definitely not the gun's fault. Leave the gun alone. You know? Everyone wants to hate on the MP40 because it's the Nazi gun, and it's like, no, fuck off, it's just a good gun. Same thing with the PPSH and the Mosin and stuff like that. They're just good guns. I don't care if they were owned by commies. They're good guns. I don't blame the gun for what the retarded commie did. Starfield was made by a little indie team, though. Yeah. How many studios worked on Starfield? 12? I don't even remember. Probably a lot. Could be worse. They could have tied it into Fallout, or worse, made it the Elder Scrolls 6. Oh god. They haven't learned team management yet. Still no design documents, and as far as we know, no universe Bible. Yep. Yep, they confirmed that. Well, Pagan, didn't you know that Hitler liked dogs? Yeah, therefore we should kill all of the dogs. Every last one of them should be wiped out because Hitler liked them. Did you know that Hitler also drank water? We should ban water. Ban that shit. Right now. The Gewer. God, I always struggle with that fucking word. Is that how you say it? The Gewer? Because that's how it looks like it's spelled. And Luger are objectively the most based guns during the World War era. Yeah, I agree. Did you see what they did for Fallout Day? I didn't even know. We had Fallout. Where the lead director looked straight at the camera and told all the haters that Fallout 76 was here to stay and we're proud of it. Oh, yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I did see that. Yeah. Yeah, complete retards. They still have not learned their lesson at all. Like, nothing has changed. Like, Starfield and 76 being the absolute fucking failures that they were has not taught fucking Bethesda anything. They don't care. They do not care. They don't think they failed because they fucked up. They think they failed because everyone else is retarded. They think everyone else is just too stupid to understand their greatness. Oh, we did it so perfectly. Everything was amazing. It's the stupid fans who don't understand our vision. That's the real problem. And it's like, yeah, no, fuck off. They'll never learn. Bethesda is a dead company. They'll never make a good game ever again, and people should not buy their games. Let them die. Just let them fucking die out. There's no saving them. There's no fucking redeeming them. They're done. It's over. Bethesda, unless they get, like, a complete rework of their management and have, like, completely new people brought on who actually give a shit, there's no hope for Bethesda. None. They don't care. But my astronauts weren't bored on the moon. Yeah, exactly. Goes along with the German World War I outfits or uniforms. Yeah.
Wish I had a first recon guy looking after me.
Oh yeah, isn't it pronounced something like the Gewehr or something like that? I always want to say Gewehr because that's how it looks like it's spelled. But it's actually pronounced something like Gewehr, isn't it? Pagan, did you know that funny mustache sits down? We should ban the ability to sit down. But yeah, just no excuses for anything with Starfield. They had the funding, they had the studios. They just refused any talent. Yep, and they definitely had the time. You know, if it's to be believed that they actually spent upwards of 20 years on this thing, there's no reason it should have been as shit as it was. Rest in peace, the Elder Scrolls. I was pretty well already, you know, accepting that
Hello.
Skyrim was already kind of the nail in the coffin for the Elder Scrolls. I just don't see them going back. And Fallout 4 was what convinced me that that Fallout was dead. Bethesda was never going to fix Fallout because Fallout 4 was just so shit and just such a step in the wrong direction where they just completely ignored the feedback they got after New Vegas. Which is part of why they became so spiteful. But then that just got proven even further with the release of 76, which just went even more in the opposite direction than they should have than with Fallout 4, with the criticism they got with Fallout 4. They went the complete opposite direction of the feedback that they got, which just showed that they didn't care. And then Starfield comes out, and it's even more of a move in the opposite direction of where they should have gone. So they just keep getting progressively worse, no matter what. And that's just going to be a permanent trend. That's not going to change. They're not going to stop making games the way that they do them. It's not going to happen. They're too set in their ways. The only way it could change was if they got new people. And that just ain't going to happen. They're not going to kick out Emil or Todd or any of the other, like, main management people. That just isn't going to happen. So, yeah, no. I just don't see Bethesda ever recovering. They're going to fade into obscurity with their bad games, just like every other fucking shit gaming company that continues to fuck up. And eventually they just won't exist anymore. And then they'll get dissolved into another studio. And then the cycle will continue. Like always. Wait a second. Both of these have Upgrades. Give me that. Oh boy, the good old Papa Shaw. Alright, I don't want to get into a fight with the cons, so I'll go back this way. Were these just random? Yeah, they were just random legionaries. Okay. I don't think I'm looking forward to any games now. The only game I'm looking forward to, and even this one I'm still kind of like a little worried about, but you know, Stalker 2. Stalker 2 looks like it's going to be a good game, but that doesn't mean it's going to be. It could just as well be a completely shit game. So I'm not going to like be super... I'm not going to go along with the hype train, you know. I'm not going to be like, oh, it's definitely a good game, guys. They've had so long to work on it. That doesn't mean anything. It could still be shit. So I'm not going to set my expectations too high. But I'm hoping it will at the very least be a decent Stalker game. So we shall see. And that's pretty well the only game I'm looking forward to. Everything else just either doesn't interest me or doesn't look very good.
Take him out.
Cut it out.
All mine.
Watch out.
Damn! Let's rock. What was it?
Stop talking, you're dead. RDM, RDM, RDM. Other companies and studios are changing for the better or the worse, except except for Bethesda. They are refusing to change. Yep. I mean, to an extent, they are refusing to change. I mean, they're still getting worse and worse with every new release, so I guess in a way they are changing. It's just in a downward trend. Because if they weren't changing, then everything would be like Fallout 4. Everything would be like Skyrim, you know? But everything they keep releasing is actually getting worse. So, to that end, they are actually changing. It's just not in a good way. They're just getting lazier and worse for some reason. Yeah, only confirmed negative point with Stalker 2 is the voice acting for the English dub being pretty crappy. Yeah. And there you can just load the original Ukrainian. Yeah, that's probably what I was going to do. When I was talking to Kree about it, I said when I stream the game, I'll probably just use the Ukrainian voice acting rather than the English, because good God, that English sounds really bad. The voice acting is terrible in the trailer for the English.
The NCR should be paying us to survive.
from the latest gameplay trailers, the atmosphere for the game is fantastic. Yeah, it does look pretty good in terms of the gunplay looks pretty good so far. Now, like, I haven't seen a whole lot of it. They didn't really show off a whole lot of the gunplay. But from what I did see, it did look pretty good. I'm hoping it'll be really good. And the atmosphere looked really good. I really like the anomalies and how they look in the trailers. I also really like what they did with the what is it? The bloodsuckers, and how they turn invisible now, and how they like pivot and turn away from you, and that's when they like turn invisible, and there's like a smoke cloud kind of thing where they give off some kind of like I don't know. I don't even know what you would call it exactly. Like a cloud right before they turn invisible. That and the fact that they can apparently ambush you and knock you down. And it's like, oh god, they can actually knock you to the ground. Yeah, but that makes me also wonder, ooh, what did they do with the other mutants, you know? It's like, if the Bloodsucker got that level of treatment where they've been, like, so overhauled and improved, what have the other mutants have, like, what have they had done to them in terms of animations and gameplay? I'm very curious. I really want to see what the other mutants are going to be like. One thing I did notice that wasn't in the trailer, at least I don't think it was the ability to verify targets. So, you know how in Gamma, if you aim, when I aim at someone, it tells you like what faction they're with by showing their patch. I don't know if you can do that in Stalker 2. It didn't seem like you could. And I'm gonna be honest, I've never been very good at telling Stalker factions apart from each other. Outside of like very basic stuff of like, well, obviously the military and the mercenaries don't look similar because they wear different colored suits and stuff. But besides that, most of them... Ow. Who was shooting at me? Oh, you. You bitch. Stop that. But yeah, I'm not very good at telling Stalker factions apart from each other. And like, they just don't have very distinct designs. They tend to actually look kind of generic in terms of their armor sets and everything, where none of them really wear unique armors. They all have similar armors, but with like minor differences, like color and the fact that they wear a patch. But sometimes you just can't see the patch. And if that's the case, that's going to be kind of difficult, because I'm probably going to end up killing a lot of friendlies. Like, whatever faction we choose, we're probably going to be hated by that faction pretty quickly, because I'm going to end up accidentally shooting our own guys if there's no way to verify who they are. Because at least in games like Fallout, it's, you know, you can immediately tell what faction someone is in because their armor is distinct and unique, but Stalker isn't really like that, which makes it really hard to, like, pick targets. Because it's like, oh, there's two guys there. Oh, well, they look like they're both the same faction. Let me shoot one in the face and the other one as well. And then it's like, oh, no, one was a bandit and one was a fucking, I don't know, like a loner or something. And it's like, why weren't they fighting? Why weren't they fighting? And shit like that happens a lot. Ah! Wow, he fucking one-tapped me. Damn. He caught me right in the head. As I like to say, Bethesda died with Morrowind. Everything after was a rotting corpse getting propped up. Yep. I'm unironically looking forward to Starfield 2's release. I can't wait to see it bomb. uh, Pagan, what has better story, Tetris or Fallout 4? Honestly, probably Tetris. At least Tetris is basically just stack blocks until they disappear. At least it's consistent, which is more than Fallout 4 can say, so... It would be like playing Yakuza in English. If the voice acting was good, I wouldn't mind using the English voice acting. In fact, I would prefer it because I like being able to understand what people are saying. But it has to be done well. If you're going to do English voice acting, do a good job. You know, don't hire people who aren't good at voice acting to do your voice acting role. Because if it sounds really stilted and weird, no one's going to like it. So, yeah, that's just a shame. I would have liked to have played a Stalker game with English voice acting, but not if it sounds like that. Hope there be mutants and more powerful variants of the existing mutants. Yeah, that'd be cool. New mutants would be pretty cool. Going purely by amount, Snork should be extinct by now, as they were created from an army troop that went in after the first emission. Yeah, but can't more Snorks be made by emissions? It's like, I get that there were, you know, the first ones were probably created by the first group that went in, you know, got hit by the emission, but surely others can be then created as well, right? It's not like a science experiment, if that's the case. If it was a science experiment created, you know, by the scientists before they had whatever happened to them, then yeah, then they should be extinct because there's none left to do that. But if they're created by emissions, then surely you can make more. Also, I'm pretty sure Stalker 2 confirmed that there is Snorks. I'm pretty sure we see a dead one at the start of the trailer, leaning against a wall. And if that's not a Snork, then that's a really fucked up person. Like, that dude did not have normal human proportions. So, if that wasn't a Snork, then it was definitely a fucked up person, because that did not look right. Just remember, even if you find a small flaw in the game, keep your mouth shut. The developers made it in harsh conditions, so any criticism that isn't positive is blind hate and you're awful, etc., etc. Oh, God. I'm sure there will be people like that who will fucking say that kind of shit if I criticize it. But I'm telling you right now, if it's bad, I'm going to say it's bad. I don't care. You know? Hopefully there be female characters in Stalker 2. I want my big titty female Stalker, dang it. Yeah, I do wish there was more female Stalkers. Not a whole lot. You know, I don't want the zone to be overrun with random females everywhere. That wouldn't make a whole lot of sense. But there should definitely be at least, you know, occasionally a female Stalker that you would run into. I just can't see it all being all men all the time. Although, then again, you would kind of have to be a crazy woman to come into the zone, because in a male-dominated space where laws basically don't apply, yeah, probably not a good idea to go into the zone. In fact, one of the only fucking mods we have that like that adds a female Stalker, the Hip from Stalker Gamma, which is an official part of Stalker Gamma. She was raped. So, yeah, probably not a good idea to have women in the zone, but I mean, if they add the occasional female in the zone, that would be kind of interesting, but at the same time, it would also be like, oof. Especially if they're in like if they're in a group and it's all men and like one woman, it's like, oof, that's probably not going to go well. The arrogance of Bethesda to think that the community would mindlessly consume Starfield and praise Bethesda for it. Yeah. Don't hire people like Young yet. Yeah, true. Yeah, definitely don't do that for your English voice acting. The zone is better without or less women. Hookers are not all there, so I can see some women being there. Don't want a strong female stalker with purple hair running around. I mean, I definitely don't want like some commander or something who's like basically like not exactly the leader, but like someone in a high position in a faction, and it's a woman, and everyone just kind of like listens to her, and she's like apparently, I don't know. You know, it's like one of those stories where it's like, oh my god, she's so amazing. She killed like 50 snorks and saved her team, and she rose through the ranks and everything like that. I like, no, if you do something like that, I don't believe you. I just don't believe you. It's like, nah, that shit's made up. She made that up to get into her position, most likely. Now, if they just do like, oh, here's the occasional, you know, female stalker or, you know, stuff like that, it's like, yeah, that's fine. But if they actually do the fucking like, oh, here's this one woman, she's such a badass that she's actually the leader of an entire platoon in this really fucking strong faction, it's like, bullshit. Bullshit. Diversity hire. You have any idea how rich prostitutes could get in the zone? True. True. Now, if they were in a place, like, I could see prostitutes being in the zone if they're in, like, an area that's, you know, fully under the control of a faction that actually, like Rostock or something like that, where it's like, yeah, no, you know, at least duty would uphold the law to an extent where, you know, they're not just going to let people shoot their fucking prostitutes and get away with it. You know, in something like that, I could understand it. But in like a bandit base or something, no, they would have killed them all by then. They would have raped and killed every single fucking hooker in there by the time that you got there. Hip got it by freedom, by the way. Yep. You can't trust freedom. Join duty. Protect the women of the zone. All of them should be safe in Rostock. In Rostock's cages. I could see Sultan smuggling girls into the zone for the boys as motivators. Classic criminal despot shit. I mean, yeah, I could see that, but they wouldn't be stalkers. They would literally be like sex slaves, and they'd likely be killed at some point down the line. Like, if you went into the bandit base, saw a hooker, and then left for like a week and came back to the base, she'd probably be gone. Rainbow-haired short stack who throws mercs twice her size over a tank. Yeah, shit like that. I can't stand shit like that in stories. the difference between strong female character and strong female character. Yeah, exactly. Like, you could do a strong female character without turning her into the fucking Hulk. Like, come on. Like, she doesn't even necessarily have to be bad at combat or anything. Like, you can have a female who's good at combat. Just don't have it where if she gets into, like, a fist fight with a guy, you know, like in... You know, if she's in a fight with an enemy and she, you know, if you have like a scene in your movie, TV show, game, whatever, I don't care what it is, and you have a female character in it who is a decent fighter, but then she gets into like a solo fight, like a 1v1 between some fucking jack dude and just her, I'm sorry, she's not going to win that fight. It's just not going to fucking happen. Like, she could probably severely hurt him, sure, but she ain't gonna fucking win. Not unless she found a knife or something to, like, stab him with and he was completely unarmed. Elder Maxim from Fallout 4 becoming elder in his teens is more believable than that. To an extent, yeah. Whenever I see a female in a position of power, I'm sure there are a lot of other under-the-table things she did to get her way to the top, probably. Prefer there be only a few women in the game, like them only be seen in the loner duty scientist ecologist faction. Yeah. I feel like the ecologists would probably have the most women with them. And then maybe duty, and then occasionally you might see a loner or two that's a female. But any other fucking faction, if they have females, there's a problem there. Well, except for Monolith. Monolith would make sense, because they're basically all just brainwashed husks, so it would make sense for there to also be women. Like, any female stalkers that have been taken by the zone would become Monolith, so that one makes sense. But like bandits and freedomers and shit like that, mercs, I just don't see it. I don't see females being in there. UNISG has women because the UN made them take them along. Lol. They did turn a strong female character into literally the Hulk. And then she beat up the Hulk because strong female character. Yeah, I know. But that's how they think. They think you can't actually have a strong female woman unless she's literally able to 1v1 the strongest guy on the planet. And it's so weird that that's how they think. Guns are a great equalizer, to be honest. Yeah, but I'm saying, like, in a position where they don't have a gun is specifically what I mean. And if, you know, it's like, if you're a woman in the bandits, like, I'm sorry, they're not going to give you a gun, and they're going to take that gun away. Like, there's just no way. And it would be one of you versus, like, a dozen guys who also have guns. And it's like, no, they're going to get what they want. So it would not make sense. It would not make sense for a woman to be in these factions. Other than the ones that would probably actually uphold law, like duty, and like the ecologists and stuff like that. I could see them having women and it not being an issue. But, you know, loners, I could see a few, but even then we're already starting to get on some, like, thin ice. But, you know, freedomers, no, absolutely not. Bandits, hell no. Unless it's a female mutant throwing a jacked guy around like a rag doll, I wouldn't believe it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. That sort of thing is fine, where it's like, if a woman is, you know, fighting a guy and going for like the weak points and fighting dirty and using tactics over raw strength and stuff like that. Yeah, I can understand it as long as it's done in a believable way. But if there's like a point where, you know, she's using like a knife or something and he has an axe, you know, something like that, and she's going for the weak points and whittling him down, but then he like grabs her arm and like knocks the knife out of her hands, and maybe he somehow loses the axe or whatever, and then she suddenly like grabs him by the collar and then does like a fucking judo flip sort of thing where she picks him up and throws him over her head onto the ground or some shit. Nah, fuck off. You've lost me. If they do some shit like that, it's like, nah, you done fucked it. You fucked it. You wrote yourself into a corner and you didn't know how to get out of it, so you gave her fucking superpowers and made it so she could do something she otherwise could never do. And a lot of TV shows and movies are guilty of stuff like that, where even if they sometimes try to make it more realistic, where they do that sort of thing, they'll typically fuck it up because they'll be like, oh, well, we need a scene where, you know, he gets the upper hand, but she takes it back. And they don't really know how to do it properly. So a lot of the time they'll just do something like that where they're like, oh yeah, she'll just pick them up and throw them. Like, what was that one show I watched recently on Netflix where I talked about something like that? Blue Eye Samurai. Blue Eye Samurai does something very similar to that, where they have this woman, basically ever since she was a child, trained to be an expert swordsman so that she can get revenge and kill her potential like 4 or 5 fathers. And it actually makes some level of sense, and she's actually like appropriately strong for her character, where she uses tactics over strength, and she'll like pretend to be a guy, but you know, like again, she'll use tactics over strength. And usually when she's up against a stronger opponent, she is at a disadvantage unless she's using her sword. However, by like the middle part of the show and beyond that, they just completely do away with that, where there's literally a scene where she's like taking a temple, and there's like, I don't know, like 12 samurai guys she has to fight, and she loses her sword. And the way she deals with it is, yeah, she just starts punching them. She even picks up like 2 or 3 guys and throws them like 6 or 7 feet into a pit and kills them. And it's like, what? How is she doing that? How is she picking up like 2 guys at the same time and hurling them like several feet to their death? That doesn't make any sense. She should not be able to do that, but she just does it. Blue Eye's ending was so bad. Yeah, it was. It was pretty shit. Which is a shame because it actually started off pretty decently. Like, there was a few things I could criticize in like the beginning parts of the show, but for the most part, the show was actually pretty good. Then you get to the middle part and all of a sudden all realism is just thrown out the fucking window for whatever they want to do, and it just goes off the fucking rails and just gets completely sidetracked and becomes really stupid, honestly. And I hate when shit like that happens. I could see a woman pulling a Mulan and hiding her gender from people with thick clothes, armor, and isn't super human Mary Sue. That's fine. A woman can use guns and knives, explosives, etc. Yeah, exactly. That kind of stuff, I'm fine with. I'm totally fine with that sort of thing. If you want to have stories like that, totally. They don't even have to pretend to be a guy. You know? Like, if a woman, you know, if you want to have a character who's a warrior and a woman, as long as she's competent enough to be a fighter and actually has some level of tactics to her that can explain how she can win these fights, that's totally fine. But don't then just, like, completely throw that out the window in favor of, well, we need to show that she's super strong and she's just as good as any man, so therefore she can, like, fucking stab a dude through the gut and then lift him off the fucking ground and then throw him, like, 10 feet with her sword. Like, some crazy shit like that. It's like, unless she's a fucking, like supernatural being with super strength, it just doesn't make any sense for that to be a thing that can happen. Like, unless she's fucking like 10 feet tall and has some sort of like supernatural powers or something, like she should not be able to do shit like that. God, you know, now that I think about it, I never did watch the remake. Like the live action remake of Mulan. I know it was bad, but I don't think I watched any like reviews for it. And I'm a little worried of like what they did. Like obviously they probably did all the shit that I'm thinking that they did with the live action remake with Mulan, but still. Ugh. Like, I'm sure they made her a fucking Mary Sue OP fucking ridiculous character that makes no sense.
Get him, boss. I mean, if that fits with your schedule.
I think those were the two that killed me last time. Hopefully that's all of them. Did I just see something over there? No, I didn't. Okay, never mind. Oh, the live-action Mulan is really, really bad. Yeah, that's what I've heard. I've not heard anything good about the live-action Mulan. In fact, I've heard it was really abysmally bad, but I didn't actually watch any reviews, so I don't know the details. Like, I don't know what exactly about it is so bad, other than the fact that it's a live-action remake, which obviously is going to be worse than the original. But, in terms of details, I'm not actually sure, and I'm a little afraid to even know what they did to her. Because I actually like the original Mulan movie. So... the live-action Mulan goes against the original message and throws it out the window. Of course. Of fucking course it does. Ugh. Does Fallout 3 feel smaller than Fallout New Vegas to anyone? Oh. Whoa, hold on.
They killed her.
Stop missing.
Take him out.
Alright, they got her. Alright, anyway, I'm gonna pause the game. Does Fallout 3 feel smaller than Fallout New Vegas to anyone? I seem to get around the wasteland much faster compared to New Vegas. I don't know that it's smaller, but it's a lot more empty, is the thing. It's not as populated, so there's not as many things to run into. It's also a lot more flat ground. So... whereas in New Vegas, you can't just walk in a straight line most of the time and get to where you need to go. There's like mountains and cliffs and stuff that you have to go around, which makes it take longer to get there. Plus, there tends to be more towns. There tends to be more enemies and stuff. It tends to just be more densely packed, which takes longer to get through. Whereas with Fallout 3, everything is pretty open. You can just walk in a straight line most of the time and get to where you need to go without ever running into a single obstacle. And there's also a lot less enemies, and it's just not as densely packed. So it's a lot easier to get where you want to go in Fallout 3. So, yeah, I don't know if I'd say it's smaller, but it's definitely a lot flatter and less dense. It's a lot more empty, to put it in other words. It's just not a whole lot to the map itself. It's pretty much just a big flat open sandbox with not a lot of interesting locations, really. I have 8 months of Fallout New Vegas experience, and I got Fallout 3 like a week ago. Ah. Yeah, from all I know, they literally made her unique by giving her fucking magic? What? Not something she achieved, something she was born for greatness with. Oh my god, what? Jesus Christ, that is annoying as fuck. Yeah, that completely goes against the original entirely. Holy shit. You want to know, basically they gave her superpowers using chi since she was a child and is told that's bad. She ends up saving them and ends up feeling ashamed she lied to get into the army. Bruh. Jesus Christ, what an awful fucking take on the movie. God, why do they have to fuck up everything? Why can't they just adapt the movie that was already good? If you want to do a live action remake, just adapt it. Keep the story the same and just adapt it into live action. I mean, I don't even think you should be doing that because animation is just inherently a better medium to tell certain stories like that. And if it's already an animated film, you've already peaked. Like, there's no reason to remake it. Don't do that. There's no point. But if you're gonna do it, at least keep the fucking story the same if it's a good fucking story. Don't change it. God, these people are so stupid. Lol on the live action remakes, someone said, if they ever do one for the Emperor's New Groove, don't make Llama Cusco CGI. Have him played by two guys in a very obvious llama costume. You know, I think that would actually be better than fucking terrible llama CGI. TLDR live action Mulan as special magical key powers and lots of males in it are kind of useless. Women good, males bad. Wearing armor makes you bad at combat, apparently. What the fuck? The metro tunnels in Fallout 3 scare the hell out of me. I do really like the metro tunnels. I just wish they were laid out better and that they weren't glitched. If it wasn't for that, the metro tunnels are actually one of the few things I would bring back in future Fallout games because they're just such a vibe. They have such an interesting atmosphere to them, and they're actually genuinely creepy if you do them right. The closest thing New Vegas has is the tunnels that go underneath West Side. And those are interesting, but you know, they're not the same. They're populated. They have people living in them, so they're not as like scary or like atmospheric. The metro tunnels are definitely a vibe though in Fallout 3. They are one of the few things I like about that game. Live action Mulan also apparently has the ability to fly. What the fuck? They also added this superpower female sorceress Mulan had to fight. Bad fight scenes, editing, etc. Oh my god. What the fuck? Why? What were they thinking? I do know about the Chinese concentration camp thing. Yeah, I do know that it was filmed near that. And they thank the Chinese government for letting them film near it. Which, what the fuck? I do remember that very vividly. It's for modern audiences. Disney approved and thanked the CCP for it. Yep. I heard. I remember hearing about that a long time ago. Running around the metro tunnels a bullet away from dying and abusing VATS is how I managed to get to GNR. Wait, I don't think you said dying. I don't know what you said there. But yeah, I agree. Yeah, the tunnels are very interesting. I just wish they were done better. They're apparently going to make a new Lion King. They already did a live action Lion King. Or do you mean a new, like, 2D Lion King? Like, just a new Lion King. Like, completely original. Oh, God. I'm a little worried what they'll do with that. Jesus. I wish the Metro in Fallout 3 worked the same or close to the ones from Metro 2033 and Last Light. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, if we could take the tunnels from Metro and put them in Fallout, that would be fucking cool. Something like that would be really cool. And I don't know. I kind of wish Fallout had like their own version of anomalies where there was more like environmental hazards. Because other than radiation, there really isn't much environmental hazards in Fallout, and I feel like it could use some more. Like, there's mutants, sure, but that's not the same thing. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about, like, actual environmental hazards that are, like, static, but still dangerous. But they would have to be done in a way that's actually explained. It can't literally just be fucking, like, Stalker anomalies in Fallout. That wouldn't make any sense. But I do wish there was more to Fallout in terms of the environmental hazards. How are the metro tunnels glitched? So, in some areas, when you're inside the metro tunnels, they're flipped. So, north and south are in opposite directions. So, there's a couple of tunnels where if you're trying to go north and you go into the metro tunnel and then continue heading north where you think is the right way to go, you're actually going south. You're actually going the wrong way. There's a couple of instances of that in the game where the metro tunnels are just straight up not aligned properly, and the compass just tells you to go the wrong fucking way. Also, the bad evil sorceress chick later becomes a good guy because she's a woman. Oh my fucking god. Oh, Jesus Christ. Also, something on the woman taking down a stronger male opponent. There is one awesome clip of two karate fighters squaring off, one being smaller woman compared to the man. She jumped on him and twisted and wrapped around his body so crazily it looked like he was jumped by some wild animal, and finally ends up behind him and slamming him down. Yeah, see, stuff like that is fine, where it's like, yeah, she's using her whole body, you know, and like grappling this guy to get him to go down. It's not like, oh, she's taking just her two arms and picking him up over her fucking head. She's literally jumping on him, twisting herself around so that she can then grab him somewhere where it will throw him off balance so that she can knock him to the ground. Shit like that is fine. I don't mind stuff like that. Kind of like what is it? Black Widow. Kind of like what Black Widow does in the comics and in the movies and stuff, where she'll jump and like grab somebody by like the neck with her legs and spin and shit like that, where it's like, yeah, that will knock you the fuck down. That will do some damage. And it's like, it's not because she's physically stronger, it's just because she's extremely athletic and very like agile that she can do stuff like that. Like most men couldn't do something like that. Are the metro tunnels good for running around the map, or is the surface better? So the metro tunnels are only really good for that one area near Washington, near the actual like DC ruins. Around there, they're pretty good because you can actually get to different places. But other than that, the majority of the map has to be traversed in the overworld. You actually have to be on the surface to get anywhere throughout most of the map. Which is kind of why it's almost missed potential for the metro tunnels, if they were a little bit more distinct so that you would know where you were when you were in the metro tunnels, with like proper signage and maybe colors and stuff like that to indicate where you are and where you're going, and also if the fucking compass wasn't broken in the metro tunnels, and they actually like spanned across the whole map as like shortcuts to get to different places and as like a somewhat safer place to travel. I think that would have been better, sort of like a metro style take on the world, where the metro tunnels are full of like dangerous people and some mutants, but they're also a much faster way of traversing the world. And then you could have the surface be like completely mutant infested, death claws everywhere, all kinds of like really dangerous shit, where you can still traverse the surface to get places, but it's a lot more dangerous and takes a lot longer to do so. I think that would have been a better idea for Fallout 3, because it would have made the game feel less empty, you know? If there was more like denser enemy placement in the above world, it would also explain why the surface isn't as like built up and being lived in as much as it should be. It could be because it's like, well, the surface is just a lot more dangerous than the tunnels, so everyone lives in the tunnels. You know, they've got like a whole society down there, basically. It's like, okay, that would explain why there's less people on the surface, because they're all living down in the tunnels, and the tunnels span all across the wasteland, and they're just a faster way to travel, and they're typically safer. You know? It's like, okay, that would be a good explanation for why the surface just isn't as populated. Although that still wouldn't fix the problem of where's all the food keeping all of the mutants alive? Where's all of the food that's keeping the humans alive and stuff like that? That's still a pretty big problem. They'd have to fix that too, obviously. But I do think that would have been a more interesting take for Fallout 3, was if the metro tunnels were more of a actual entity in the game, rather than just being this like one-off little thing on like one side of the map, and that's it. And they didn't really even do it well, because like, while it is a vibe and while it does have like a very like creepy atmosphere that's cool, there's also the problem that they all look the same. So it's very hard to tell where you are sometimes, because a lot of it looks very similar to each other, where there's nothing distinct to give away that it's like, oh, you're in this metro tunnel going this way because of like this landmark or something. There's not really a lot of that in the tunnels, which is a problem. They would have needed to have done a lot more work on the tunnels themselves to have really made them work. But as an idea, they had the right idea. They just didn't flesh it out enough, and they didn't do enough with it to really flesh out the game. Fallout 3 really does feel like a beta for a game, where it feels like they started to make a game and they sort of had a good idea of what to do, and then they just didn't finish it. Like, it feels like the world isn't done. It feels like the world itself is not finished. It feels very empty. There's a lot of missing stuff that's very important, such as like, where do they get their food and stuff like that. The story is very haphazard, very, very short, very basic, and kind of dumb. For the most part, you're just like a camera on a... You're basically just a walking camera for someone else's story. The gunplay is very bad. Even for its time when it came out, it was very bad. They definitely could have done a lot more with that. Same thing with the animations. Basically everything with Fallout 3 just feels very unfinished. So, yeah, I don't know. It just feels like a very rushed and unfinished product, which is a shame, because when you look at it, it's like, man, there was a lot they could have done here, but they just never really reached what they could have achieved with that game. And it also doesn't help that they had to reuse shit like, oh, we have to bring the Brotherhood back. We have to bring super mutants back. We can't make our own. We can't make new factions for the East Coast and have that all make sense and everything. No, 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 no. We need that iconography. We need to bring all the shit from the West Coast and bring it to the East Coast because or how will they know it's Fallout? Which is so fucking stupid. Hate that shit. If they'd actually made proper, unique factions and stuff as well, and then fleshed out the world a bit more with, again, like I said, have the Metro be where people actually live and travel and stuff, and have that be the populated areas, and then have the surface be less populated, but still fairly dense with enemies and other stuff. Yeah, it would have been a really good game. To a degree, if they had had a good story as well, but that's a whole nother topic. God. Have you heard the idea that Fallout 3 was to be set 25 years after the bombs, and they changed their mind partway through, but kept their setting? I have heard that before. That is a theory I've heard, and it does make some amount of sense, where it's like, yeah, why would the world look like this unless it was like 25 years after the bombs fell? But at the end of the day, they made their decision. They decided that it's 200 years after the bombs fell, and the world looks the way it does still. And it's like, that doesn't make any sense. There should be plant growth again. Things should be growing back. People should be rebuilding. It shouldn't just be fucking tin shacks everywhere. Major factions should have formed by now. There should be like either a central government or at least an attempt at some form of government, or even the factions themselves vying for control of the area to form their own government. Something more should have been going on by that point. 200 years later, and it feels like nothing has happened, and it just doesn't make any sense, especially with how apparently water is supposed to be such a scarce resource and they need it, and it's supposed to be such a big deal, which if that's the case, how the hell have they survived 200 years? That doesn't make any sense. They would have been dead a long time ago with that amount of water shortage. But then also, they also don't treat it as a big deal. Like the game itself doesn't. Like people say it's a big deal, but then no one ever really is seen suffering from a lack of water other than like the water beggars and like one random encounter where ghouls and random adventurers or what random wastelanders are fighting over a fridge with water in it. And it's like, okay, that's 2 examples. You need a lot more than 2 examples in a game that's supposedly all about a water shortage. It just doesn't make any sense. Main issue is they don't know how long 200 years are. I mean, they probably don't. They probably genuinely don't understand the difference between like a decade and a century and stuff like that. They probably don't. They probably think like, oh, 200 years, that's like, I don't know, that's like 5 months. And it's like, no. There would be a lot of changes, a lot of advancement, a lot of progress in that amount of time. It's like, do you know where we were as, like, Americans just 200 years ago? Like, bruh. We were in a lot different place than we are now 200 years ago. The time between the first powered flight and the moon landing was 66 years. They have no idea of time frames. Yeah, no, they clearly don't. They clearly just think like, I don't know. I don't even know how you would think that, where it's just like, oh yeah, 200 years, nothing would have really changed by that point. It's like, how can you say that? 200 years? Like, my guy, that's almost 3 generations of fucking people. Do you know how much that would have changed? Like, society and everything? Like, people would not just stagnate that much. People would do stuff. People would build things. People would fight to build things. So this idea that, like, oh, nothing in the wasteland has changed in 200 years and everything is just stagnant and nobody does anything. It's like, that doesn't make any sense. They would not still be living in shacks. They would be growing food. They would be doing other stuff. They would be trying to form a government and, like, they would at least be trying to link the fucking, the towns and stuff to be a little bit more safe and interconnected rather than just random enclaves in different parts of the wasteland that are completely independent from each other, that never go outside of their own towns or do anything. That just wouldn't happen after 200 years. They would have done something by then. God, I really hate Fallout 3 sometimes. Because it's just so annoying how nothing was done with the setting. It's like, it's their first foray into the Fallout universe where they could have done literally anything. And what they did was basically nothing.
Glad that's over.
Because they were barely arsed to even give the game a story. And the world itself just feels completely dead and unmoving. It feels like nothing is ever happening unless you're there doing it. And even then, you're not really doing much. You're just killing, like, a couple of people most of the time. Or you're like freeing a slave or something. Or you're finding some random piece of loot and leaving. And that's all there is. And it's like, good God, you had the potential to do anything. And you basically just gave us an empty sandbox with nothing to do. It's really annoying. Just such a lack of vision. Fallout 3 was my first Fallout game. Yeah, it was my first one too. It's what got me into the series because my friends were playing it and they wouldn't shut up about how amazing it was. And so I decided to get it, and I did fall in love with, like, the setting, like the atmosphere and everything of, like, a post-apocalyptic world. I was like, ooh, yeah, I really like this aesthetic. I like this setting. This is really cool. It's just too bad there isn't more going on. I wish there was more happening. You know, and then New Vegas came out, and, you know, it just showed a world that was a lot more, I don't know, realistic. There was more going on. There was more just interesting stuff happening while still being a post-apocalyptic game. And now, I will admit, when I was younger, I did kind of have the idea that it was like a post-apocalyptic game, and it was more of a Western setting than a post-apocalypse setting, and I felt that it kind of lost the atmosphere of Fallout 3, which I guess to an extent it kind of did, but for the better. Yeah, New Vegas is just way better than Fallout 3, and I feel like if you're going to have a setting like Fallout 3 or the atmosphere of Fallout 3, you need to do a lot to, like, really justify why it looks that way 200 years after the bombs fell. Now, if it was 25 years after the bombs fell, it would be a little bit more understandable to an extent, although you would still have to explain where people are getting food or where they're gonna get food in the future, and you'd also have to explain, like, well, I mean, you'd still have to have a story, you know, you'd still have to have something interesting going on to keep you hooked. It couldn't just be what they did with fucking Fallout 3. And I don't know. I don't really know what else to say other than I liked the aesthetic of Fallout 3, and it was my first game. But after time, I started to realize it just wasn't actually that good of a game compared to, like, Fallout New Vegas. But I had hoped, you know, that after Fallout New Vegas came out, they would take some lessons from it and be like, okay, this is what a Fallout game could be. Now let's take what they did with Fallout New Vegas, but put it in our setting with our atmosphere and everything, and just do what New Vegas did, you know, in terms of quality and how built up everything is. And instead, they did not do that at all. They basically just made Fallout 3 again in Fallout 4, but gave it an even worse story, basically, is what they did. And it's like, oh, well, that's fucking lame. What is your opinion on JoJo's Bizarre Adventure? I've only seen up to part 4. No, actually, no. I've seen up to about, like, I think halfway of part 5, I think. Actually, I don't know. Actually, I'm not so sure which parts is which anymore. It's been so long. The invisible baby thing. That's where I stopped watching. I haven't not continued beyond that, unfortunately. But I think it's interesting. It's entertaining. I'll say that. I do like JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, even though it can be a little predictable sometimes in how they tell their story, and also a little bit fucking... what's the word? I guess Deus Ex Machina levels of shit going on sometimes, where sometimes they can just do stuff that doesn't really make sense that they can do it. But besides that, I do like the characters. I do like the story and what's going on, and the premise and everything like that is pretty good. I do like JoJo's Bizarre Adventures. I just feel it could have been handled slightly better. But I do like it still. JoJo Part 7 is peak. Yeah, I've heard good things about the later JoJo's. I just haven't gotten to them yet, unfortunately. I think I got through, like... That's part 4. Diamond is unbreakable. Right, yeah, okay. So I've gotten, like, partially through part 4, then. They took weapon modding from Fallout New Vegas, but in the worst way. Yeah, and also the fact that instead of just doing different bullet calibers, they literally made enchanted weapons with magic and shit, which doesn't make any sense. Fucking hate that crap, too. Oh, I didn't even know I had this. Okay. I'll hang on to that. Whew. Right. We gotta go to Camp McCarran and do the spy mission thing. I guess we'll go ahead and interrogate Sealoose while we're there too. Get that over with. I actually think the modular modding system was an upgrade if it weren't for the removal of different ammo types. To an extent, I would say that like being able to craft unique weapons and name them and stuff like that would be really interesting. I do like that idea. My main issue with it was how rather than actually doing anything interesting or unique with the modular system, it was just straight upgrades. Like adding a longer barrel didn't really have any negatives to it. It was just a straight upgrade where it's like, yeah, why would you ever have a short barrel version of something when the long barrel version is just infinitely better in every way? And just all kinds of stuff like that where there was never really any point to changing your gun parts around to suit like a certain situation, because that wasn't a thing. There just was no system in place for actually having unique parts for unique situations. It was literally just, if you want a straight upgrade, install this, and then you'll never need to change your gun ever again, because why would you? Like, the only time I can think of where that would come into play is stuff where it's like, oh, it turns the single shot rifle into a automatic like assault rifle or something like that, where it's like, okay, I could understand switching back and forth between those, where it's like, yeah, sometimes you want to snipe, sometimes you want to go in guns blazing, that sort of thing. I understand a bit more. You know, where it's like, okay, there's actually a bit of utility there. Whereas with how the system actually was, it was mostly just, yeah, just get this part. It's a straight upgrade. You'll never need to change your weapon ever again, and everything else below it is inferior. And that just kind of ruined the whole modular system, because it's like, yeah, why would I ever want anything other than like the most advanced upgraded version of it? It's just like the Mark II version of every gun. And it's like, yeah, why would I ever use any other version of it when I could just fully upgrade it and keep it that way? And at that point, you might as well just buy that sort of stuff. Like, what's the point of even, like, modding it when you could just buy an advanced version of the thing that you are already making? That was my biggest issue with it, was just the fact that it was like, it just felt like such a niche thing where it's like, yeah, you can upgrade your stuff, but I mean, once you upgrade a weapon you like all the way, there's really nothing else to do with it. You're done forever. There's no reason to go back to it. And they got rid of damage threshold, and armor piercing rounds were neutered. Yep. Completely fucking ruined that shit. And it replaced unique weapons with what were basically weapon enchantments from Elder Scrolls. Yep. I fucking hate it. I really hated what they did with the unique weapons in Fallout 4, because they were literally just like different attachments that you could throw on any weapon of the same type, and usually their effect was literally just some magic bullshit, which kind of took away from their whole uniqueness as like a concept, which is really fucking annoying. Also, I just did not care for... Or also, I did not care for the pistol just being sawed-off rifles. Yeah, I didn't like that either. I hated the pipe pistols. They looked fucking atrocious in that game, and... Ugh, they just were not good. And I didn't really like the design of the 10mm pistol. It's just so overly bulky and, like, unwieldy. I just don't see any, like... application for it where it's like, yeah, why would I use this really heavy pistol over like any other weapon that isn't as bulky and ridiculous for what it is?
I'll be here. Just don't expect me to fend off a gang of super mutants while you're
Like, it's one thing for, like, say, a Desert Eagle to be so much bigger and heavier than a normal pistol, but still look reasonably, like,
The ranger vets are on their way from Baja.
you know, like, the weight
Never
just
seen one
isn't
before, but I heard that
crazy,
she
and it
knows
doesn't have a
spit
bunch
in.
of needless, like, excess metal on it. And also the fact that it fires a much larger caliber round. You know, something like that I can understand. Like, the 10mm pistol in the other Fallout games looks fine. Like, it's not great, but it at least looks like it makes sense. Whereas the 10mm pistol in Fallout 4 is so bulky and unwieldy and just looks like it would be so heavy for what is essentially just a really heavy fucking, like, slightly better 9mm pistol is just retarded. Like, for a pistol to look like that, it should be firing fucking, like, 50 AE. It should not be firing fucking 10mm rounds. That doesn't make any sense. It's way too fucking tiny of a round to be coming out of something that big. It's just such a waste. So yeah, I just really was not a fan of the gun design in Fallout 4 for the most part as well. Like, outside of, like, the combat rifle and the reworked combat shotgun, which they actually made it look more reasonable in Fallout 4, like, all the other guns were kind of shit. I mean, the hunting rifle was okay. Yeah, okay, the hunting rifle was okay. As well, but beyond that, like, most of the weapons were pretty weird and stupid. Ballistic wise, the energy weapons were pretty decent. The laser rifle looked fine. I like the laser rifle. Same thing with the laser pistol. The laser pistol was fine. I didn't have any issues with it. The Gatling laser was kind of an interesting idea. I kind of liked it, where it's like a bunch of laser rifle barrels put onto like a minigun system so that they rotate, and it's like, okay, that's kind of cool. But then they fucked it up because instead of using electron charge packs as like the fuel, they made it fusion cores, which kind of fucks with the world a little bit, where it's like, yeah, these things that can generate power for a town for hundreds of years, we're gonna waste in a weapon that will basically use it up in like 6 seconds. And it's like, oh, okay, that's like using a fucking nuclear reactor to fire a weapon for 6 seconds. It's like that nuclear reactor could have powered an entire city for hundreds of years, and we used it to fire a stupid weapon for 6 seconds and then used it up. And it's like, yeah, that's really fucking dumb. Just use a different fucking ammo type for that then. Don't use fusion cores. That's fucking stupid.
Nice to meet you. I'm Curtis.
Also, the fact you need a DLC if you wanted to craft ammo. Oh god. See, I didn't get all of the DLCs because I just was so checked out by that point. I didn't care, and I didn't want most of the building stuff. Like, I didn't get the vault one. I didn't get like the industrial building material one. I just got the one that lets you make concrete walls, Far Harbor, and Nuka World. And Nuka World is kind of what broke me and made me go, oh god, this game is unsalvageable. But yeah, I didn't get the other two, so I didn't even know the other two let you fucking make ammo. Pretty much all original guns in Fallout 4 are oversized and bulky. Yeah. God, that fucking Fallout 4 assault rifle is so shit. I will never get over how awful the assault rifle in Fallout 4 is. I fucking hate that thing. Like, if they were just... if they just took an actual Lewis gun, like a straight-up Lewis gun, and put that in the game, and then made it so that the only people who use it are either super mutants or people in power armor, and the only way that normal people could use it is as, like, a crew where it's, like, a mounted gun that can't be moved, and there's usually, like, if there's, like, someone, or I don't know. I mean, maybe you could have a 3-man crew, but I don't even think you would need a 3-man crew as long as it was, like, bolted to the fucking ground otherwise. And it's literally just, like, a stationary turret that people could use. I would have been more okay with it. But the fact that literally anybody can just pick this fucking thing up and use it as, like, a regular assault rifle, even outside of power armor, is stupid. But also the fact that it's just this, like, weird amalgamation of gun parts to make a really stupid gun is just really weird. Especially the fact that it has a fucking water cooler system on it. Like, why? Why do you even need that? It doesn't even have that much of an ammo capacity that it would melt the barrel to like, sustain fire it. It just doesn't make any sense. Like, even if you put, like, the largest round size, or not round size, the largest magazine size on the weapon, I think that only boosts it to, like, 80 rounds. And even if you were to, like, consistently fire that, like, just 80 rounds, like, the amount of time it would take you to take the mag out and put a new mag of that in, the barrel would have already cooled off enough that you're still not really going to need a water cooling system around the barrel. It's just added weight for no reason. And it makes it literally the only way it could be used is either as a mounted gun or as, like, a power armor only weapon. And that's not what they did. And it also just looks so dumb. Just use a regular Lewis gun. Just have a regular Lewis gun with the fucking, like, pie mag on top. That's way better. Just do that. And again, make it a mounted machine gun for everyone else, and then the only people who can carry it around are either super mutants or power armor. People in power armor. Although I say super mutants, but super mutants shouldn't have even been in Fallout 4. There shouldn't have been super mutants. There should have been something else. I fucking hate that they did that. You build bullets in a gay little factory. Okay. It costs $400,000 to fire this weapon for 12 seconds. The most versatile element on the planet, and you used it to make a frisbee, basically. Also, wasting a reactor for a weapon that does not even do good damage. Yeah, it's so dumb. It's just such a dumb idea. The fact that fusion cores even exist... well, no, I guess them existing isn't really too much of an issue. Where as long as it's like, yeah, they're used for powering settlements and stuff, because we basically, atomic power and everything was basically already solved by the time that the apocalypse started to come about. Like, the pre-war had already figured all that shit out energy-wise. So I guess a fusion core existing isn't that big of an issue. The problem is that the way that it's used in the game is really weird, because it can power a settlement for hundreds of years, but it can only power a suit of armor, which uses the same power supply for some reason, for about 20 minutes. And that's it. And then the fact that you can use this resource that is infinitely better off just being used to power bases or settlements or literally anything else in your weapons that then uses it up in a matter of seconds is really stupid. Because it's like, if your weapon is that inefficient with its energy consumption, you probably just shouldn't be using it. It's just not a good weapon at that point. Which is why I think they should have stuck with electron charge packs. If electron charge packs, or even just, hell, just have it make it take microfusion cells like every other fucking energy weapon in the game. That, like, everything else used microfusion cells, so why not make that use micro? Just have it use more. Have it like I don't know, some sort of pack or something where it's like a little metal like core system with like 4 or 5 fusion cores in it that you then have to put inside the Gatling laser. And it's like, okay, yeah, you're using a little bit more ammo each time for this thing, but it also does more damage and it can fire for longer, making it just a all-around better energy weapon. And you're still using the regular ammo you would already be using for other laser weapons, just more of it. And it's like, boom, there you go. Problem fucking solved. You've got a perfectly good weapon right there. But no, they had it use fusion cores, which can power everything else for hundreds of years. And you're wasting it on an extremely energy efficient, like inefficient gun that wastes all of that energy in seconds. For a gun that doesn't even do that much damage. And it's like, yeah, that's fucking dumb. That is actually retarded. What the hell were they thinking? They retrofitted it into the game badly. You can also blow a fusion core as a slightly stronger grenade. Yeah, I remember that. I remember the perk that lets you do that. It's so fucking stupid. It's such a waste. And it's a shame, too, because I actually liked the design of the Gatling laser. It actually looked... I don't know. It looked like something that made sense, where they basically, like, chopped up a bunch of laser rifles and put them on a rotary system so that as it spins, they fire. And it can basically create, like, a sustained fucking automatic weapon type system. And it's like, yeah, that's really cool. Although it's kind of useless when you already have a laser rifle where you can make it shoot, full auto already. Because I'm pretty sure that was a mod, like with the workbench system for the laser rifle, was to make it a automatic weapon. Which, if you already have a laser rifle that can fire in full auto and uses the same amount of ammo a regular laser rifle does, you inherently already just have a better weapon than the Gatling laser, so they shouldn't have done that. The laser rifle should have stayed a semi-automatic weapon. And if you wanted a full auto laser weapon, that should have felt that the... God, I cannot speak today. The Gatling laser should have filled that role of a automatic weapon for the laser rifle. But yeah, basically it's just a bunch of chopped up laser rifles that can create a fully auto laser weapon. That should have been the thing that filled in the role of a full auto laser rifle. And they didn't do that. They wanted both. They were like, oh, well, the laser rifle should be full auto, but also we want the Gatling laser. Even though the Gatling laser just seems all around less efficient and worse than the full auto laser rifle. So, yeah, that's a problem. They shouldn't have done that. They should have kept it semi-auto for the laser rifle and only have the Gatling laser be the full auto option. And again, don't use a fucking fusion core for its power supply. Just use microfusion cells. Just more of them. The rat with the Giot rants about cats. What the fuck? Oh, the Gatling laser. For how inefficient it is, most of that energy should be released as heat, meaning the shooter and everyone within 1,500 feet melts. Yeah. Yeah, the fact that it's just straight up using a fusion core in seconds should absolutely vaporize, like, anyone using the weapon. Like when you find power armor, most of them are dead. To activate one, you need to insert a fusion core. Yep. I hated to get the longest lasting time on fusion core. You had to take that perk. I kept dropping cores trying to get out of my power armor. Oof. The auto laser could have done less damage and or fire rate for the rifle and the GAT. It should do more damage as I'll be honest, I can't read the rest of that, but yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, if they had maybe, I don't know, I still think that the laser rifles should have just stayed semi-automatic. I don't think it should have had like all these crazy additions to it, because then it's like, well, why did they never just use that as like the default, you know? Why even have a semi-automatic version when you could have a full auto version just as the default? They should have just done that. Or that would have made sense. But if they had at least made it so that the regular laser rifle, if you put the full auto version on it, had a slower rate of fire and did less damage than the Gatling laser, I could somewhat see it making up for that in a way. I still feel like that's still a little kind of... I would probably still choose the laser rifle over the Gatling laser in that instance. But at least it would give me more of a reason to use the Gatling laser over the laser rifle in that instance. Captain Curtis, sir, this is a Wendy's. He's just staring at you the whole rant. I wanted to talk about it. For your next rant, can you wait until talking to a Gamora whore so we get better eye candy than Captain Fugs? Actually, if you use a Gatling laser and it emits AoE heat damage, that would push the player to only use it with power armor. That could be cool. Yeah, to an extent that could be kind of cool, but again, I just feel like using a fusion core for that would be a massive waste. Now, if they had done something kind of... I don't know, I feel like this would be kind of like over building something. Like, I don't know, I feel like it would be too complicated of a weapon for this. Like, I don't know, I just feel like you'd be doing too much. But if they had done something where its normal use is as a, you know, a rapid fire laser weapon, but then you could also have an alt fire mode where it uses up the entirety of the fusion core, or not the fusion core, but like the microfusion cells. So, you know, you're already using more microfusion cells in this thing than you normally would with other weapons, because it takes like 4 instead of 1. Its alt fire mode could be like a AoE effect, where it shoots out like a... I don't know what the term would be. Like a ball of energy, I guess, that like expands outwardly from the gun within like a small radius, maybe within like the same radius as like a... maybe like a large grenade, or maybe like one of the cars that explode in the game, like a mini nuke explosion or something, but with energy, and it uses up all of the ammo to do that. So if you're like shooting some enemies or something and then you get swarmed and there's like 5 guys around you, you could use the alt fire mode and it would kill all of them around you. Obviously you would only be able to use this in power armor. It would kill you otherwise. But if you're in power armor, In fact, it would probably have to be special power armor that negates that. Like, it would have to be like Tesla power armor or something that like negates laser weapon damage or something. But if you were wearing it and you use the alt fire mode, it could kill everyone around you, but it would use up all of the ammo in the gun, so you'd have to reload after that. But Pagan, the real military, has made bad weapon designs, so that makes Bethesda more realistic, not less. Yeah, no. No. Just because something exists in real life doesn't mean we should copy it. Bethesda can't even organize a counted reload, and you want alt fires? You're so entitled, gamer. Yeah, no, the fact that they couldn't even get fucking counted reloads to work in their fucking engine, even though New Vegas was able to do it, is pretty bad. So make the Gatling laser a melt-a-gun. I mean, yeah, as like an alt fire. That could have been interesting. But again, it would have been a very situational thing, because I feel like even in normal power armor, it should do a lot of damage to you. Like, it should basically have your health even in power armor, and it would probably break pieces of the power armor off when you did that. So no one would ever use it, you know? It's like, if that's what it did, no one would ever use it. But it would make sense that that's what it would do to you, unless you were wearing some sort of special armor that negates that effect. Unfortunately, by doing that, you would also then negate the same effect for every other weapon of that same type. Meaning, if you were wearing that armor to negate that specific damage, it would only make sense that it would also then make you immune to... Oh, God, I had to burp. To every other laser type weapon. So you would not be able to take damage from other Gatling lasers or laser rifles. And I feel like that would be a little too OP. So yeah, no, I don't think that would be a good idea. Like, the alt fire mode thing is interesting. It's an interesting idea, but the way that you would have to implement it would just be either too annoying to ever want to use, or too OP to ever truly implement it. Mousy looking courier enters Gamora, pays hooker, stops her from undressing, goes on a 2-hour rant about fusion cores and Gatling lasers, elaborates, leaves, hooker's face win. God, that is funny. God, I kind of want to see fan art of that now. That would be really funny as like a fan art thing. Extremely high damage, but obviously the most power-hungry gun, as it uses one fusion core as an ultra grenade. God, I still wouldn't even want it to use fusion cores. I would still say just use a bunch of microfusion cells. Just have like a little thing, like a little like cage that you like, you know, you twist the thing and you pull it out, and it's got like anywhere from 4 to 6 microfusion cells in it, and you like put a new one in, so it uses a lot more microfusion cells to even power the thing. I still feel like that would just be the better option than using a fusion core, because that just feels like such a waste. Because it's like, yeah, the thing that literally powers my power armor and could also power my settlements for several hundred years, yeah, let me just waste it by putting it in this really inefficient gun. Like, yeah, no, I just feel like that's a terrible idea. Vance survives being under a rocket engine because of his power armor. God, that's... Yeah, that does happen, but I still feel like that's bullshit because you're telling me that this fucking suit of armor that can have the pieces ripped off of it with a simple pipe pistol getting shot at you a few times can withstand the blast from a fucking rocket engine? No, that's stupid. It just doesn't make sense. They should have made the power armor more powerful if they wanted to have a scene like that in the game, but they didn't. So I just don't believe that. Now, if they made fucking power armor super, like, extremely overpowered in that game where, yeah, like, basically small arms fire has absolutely no effect to you whatsoever and only high caliber weapons do anything to you, and laser weapons are basically like a non-issue while in power armor, then I could be like, okay, maybe the alt fire idea where we're talking about would make sense in power armor, because it wouldn't do that much to you. But as it is implemented in Fallout 4 as it just wouldn't make any sense. It would just be... It'd be like, okay, why can the power armor survive this, like a point-blank blast of energy that kills everyone around you, but doesn't injure you or your armor, but yet a pipe pistol can rip your armor apart? Like, that just doesn't make any sense. The same thing with the laser pistol stuff. It's like, yeah, why can I take severe damage from a laser pistol in power armor, but this ball of energy that literally kills everything around it doesn't do anything to me? Alt fire, you set the gun to boom, set it down and run. You just turn it into a nuke. Oh god, that would also be really annoying though, because it's like, oh, oops, I accidentally pushed the alt fire. There goes my fucking weapon that I modded out to hell and back and paid a lot of money for and really liked. It's just gone now. But yeah, the way fusion cores were implemented was just bad. You know how they could have implemented them? Have them be Institute tech. Yeah, to a degree, but that would then make them very limited. I'm not even sure what you would use them for at that point then. If you could only get them from the Institute and they're like a limited supply thing, I don't even know what you would use them for. Because you wouldn't be able to use them for power armor, because then you would barely ever get to use power armor, and the Brotherhood would not be able to use it. So it couldn't be for power armor. About the only thing it could do, be used for, is experimental weapons that the Institute makes. That's about it. Like, if they had, like, some crazy fucking energy weapon or something, and it used those, then that's about the only thing it could be used for. Or fusion. I guess that could be where you get, like, fusion generators. You can only get fusion generators from the Institute, and you could have the fusion core power the fusion generators, because they're the only people who are advanced enough to even make fusion generators anymore. So obviously you could have fusion generators in the world from, like, the pre-war, but if you want fusion generators yourself, like for your settlement stuff, you'd have to either align with the Institute to make them for you, or you'd have to essentially beat the game and take over the Institute without blowing it up. You know, we'd have to completely get rid of that fucking option, because that's stupid. Instead of blowing up the Institute, you would take it over and you would put your own people in charge of the Institute, and then they could make the fusion generators for you. Pagan, you mean a stripper clip? No, not exactly. Because I'm not talking about, like, a cage where you stick it in there and then you pull the cage out and it leaves the fusion cores inside. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking more about like a it's literally just like a container. It's like a magazine basically, where it's a container that you put the fusion cores inside of, like a magazine, and you put that into the gun and you leave it in the gun until you need to reload. So that wouldn't be a stripper clip. That would be closer to like a magazine or a what am I thinking of? The God damn it. What's the thing that goes into a M1 Garand called the clip? That's not a stripper clip. It's a it's like a mag clip or something. I don't know what it's called exactly, but it would kind of be like that, where it's like this piece of metal that encompasses the rounds into, yeah, I guess it would be a clip. It's not a stripper clip, but yeah, a clip. And you would put that into the gun and you would leave it there until you're ready to reload. And then the only difference is with this thing that I'm talking about, with the energy weapons, because it doesn't actually use up the fusion cores, it just drains them of power. The fusion cores would still be in them. Even when you pulled it out, the fusion cores would still be inside the clip. They would just be used up. So you'd have to either take a new clip with new fusion cores in it, or you'd have to open the cage and put new fusion cores inside of that, close it, then put that into the weapon. In block clip. Yeah, it'd be something like that. But instead of, ejecting the shells and stuff out of the clip itself and leaving an empty clip, you'd have to do it manually. So you'd have to eject the clip with the spent fusion cores inside of it and either take the fusion cores out or just use a completely new clip with new fusion cores already in it. Let's say the Institute managed to make them about 10 years before the start of the game. A few of them do get lost on the surface from failed excursions, so some surface tech uses them. Maybe. I mean, or you could just do what I said and literally just have the pre-war stuff has that stuff because they already had that technology. So if you're using a pre-war settlement that already has a fusion core or that already has a fusion generator, it's like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. It's a pre-war generator, so it's going to last a long time. Just build your settlement around that. But if you wanted to make new fusion generators and have fusion cores, you'd have to either align with or take over the Institute to get those things. Because it just doesn't make sense that other factions could even make those.
Smart man. I could use somebody who can operate under the radar around here. Whoever our mole is, he's been slippery. Whenever one of the MPs gets too close, he changes his habits. Our last lead went cold weeks ago.
And honestly, that would be a pretty good, in-game reward when you think about it, especially if you're into the whole settlement building stuff, where it's the best generator up to that point is the really big one with the light on it. And while that does work and does put out a lot of energy, that would get you through the game. You don't actually need fusion cores for the most part in Fallout 4. You could just build multiple of the really large generators and that could power your settlement. But then imagine as a reward for completing the game and either wiping out or siding with the Institute, you get access to the fusion generator and the fusion cores. That would be a really good incentive for an end game reward. I think that, especially since the game doesn't actually end after you beat it, you keep playing. So yeah, that would just make sense as an end game level settlement reward. where it's like, yeah, you want the fusion generator, you gotta go to the source where it makes sense, where you would get that sort of thing, and it makes for a really satisfying reward for settlement builders. And then for those who don't care about settlement building, you could have like the experimental weapons that are powered by the fusion cores, and you could get it from them. And whenever you need more ammo, like let's say like after 3 days, they'll have like a little thing for you where if you go into the wing, like the science wing or the weapons wing of the Institute, they'll have like a little box or something for you where they've been storing the access fusion cores that they make for your weapon. And just like every 3 days or so, go back there, check, get the ammo for free, and you can use the really like powerful experimental like laser weapons and stuff as like an in-game reward. That could be really cool. But still the best option for the Institute would be not make them stupid evil and stupidly evil. Yeah. Or at the very least, if they're gonna be evil, if you want to make them an evil faction that doesn't care about anyone else but themselves, don't have them try to fucking... Well, I mean, I guess you could have them try to convince you that they're actually the good guys, or what they're doing is necessary, and fuck everyone else because we're more important, and they can try to justify that to you. But the game should not go out of its way to imply that they're the good guys when they're obviously not. That's my biggest problem. It's like, if you want them to be the bad guy faction, don't have the game go out of its way to try and make them seem like they're good guys when they're obviously not. Don't do that. And yeah, also just don't make them stupid, because good God, what the hell are they even doing with the synths? It doesn't make any sense. Like there's just nothing about them that makes any sense, where they say that, oh, we want to make them as advanced as possible to make them as close to human as possible. Like, we believe that they might even have like human consciousness and the ability of free will, but then they treat them like toaster ovens, and all they can do is like menial slave labor. And it's like, yeah, you don't see the issue here? You're basically creating people with free will and emotions, and then treating them like garbage and making them slaves who only do menial labor and are like killed and erased for like stupid reasons. And it's like, okay, so either you think they're dumb machines, or you think they're like the next stage of human evolution sort of thing, or like the thing that's going to replace humans in this wasteland. But you can't pick, you can't have both. You have to pick one. Either they're these super advanced robots that have the ability of free will, basically making them better than humanity, assuming you can get rid of the like the glitches and stuff that causes them to go like wild and kill everybody. So either you believe that, or you just believe that they're really fancy fucking tools with no free will, and they only exist to like infiltrate enemy factions and stuff like that, but they're not like actually smart enough to gain free will or something. You can't have it both ways. You have to pick one. And unfortunately, they went with both, and it doesn't make any sense. As said, make it where they do want to make the synths as a replacement for mankind, but as in making them host bodies to implant actual human brains or mind copies into. Yeah.
You want my advice? Start by talking to people with a lot of eyes in the field. People like Lieutenant Boyd or Sergeant Contreras, maybe. Careful with Contreras, though. He's not above suspicion himself. Keep me apprised of any leads you get. This guy's gotten a lot of my men killed. I'm just itching to return the favor.
Or I could just shoot you now and save us all the trouble. I wish. It would be kind of funny. I mean, it'd also be kind of dumb, but it would be kind of funny if we could, like, complete the mission by just shooting him in the head and searching his corpse, and then there's, like, a fucking note from, like, Caesar himself, and then, like, a note he wrote that he was gonna send to Caesar about, like, how he's been doing here and everything, and, like, his mission and everything, and we could just turn that into Colonel Shu and be like, oh, yeah, found the spy. And then just not tell him about how we killed him.
You stick out like a sore thumb around here. You sure you're in the right place? Now, what kind of MP would I be if I didn't notice anything suspicious? I've had soldiers go AWOL, break-ins, thefts, you name it. Well, there's Anders. He's a ranger. That one's not suspicious so much as worrisome. He left on a dangerous assignment. Colonel Shu sent him out. Now I think he feels guilty not having any way to check up on him. Yeah. The man I'm more interested in is Corporal White. White had a lot of promise. Wanted to be a ranger as bad as anyone I've seen. But he also had some extracurricular activities going. Now he's gone. Word around the base is he'd been going regularly to visit a hooker named Dazzle at Gamora. That's a casino on the Strip. Classy place. His belongings are up in the barracks in the concourse building. First bunk on your left if you're facing it from the center. I haven't had a chance to look through his things yet, so that might be a good place to begin. Maybe break-in isn't the right word. We didn't find signs of forced entry. But I've had reports of someone sneaking into the control tower at night. It's probably just a meeting spot for a steamy military base love affair. Kids today. But it bothers me that they didn't break in. It means they have an access code. Most soldiers around the base don't have that. Sure, if you want to investigate. It's not like there's anything to steal up there. Just a bunch of old communications equipment. If you can find out any more, I'd be interested to hear it. There's something about this I really don't like. And if I weren't tied up here, I'd be staking it out personally. Yep. See you around.
Alright. So, I know we need to stake out till nighttime. I don't remember how late it has to be, though, for Curtis to show up in the tower. I guess we'll just sleep until we see a light up there. Alright, so let's get to... Okay, nighttime. Make a quick save. Oh, I gotta eat something. We'll eat one of these. I'm pretty sure it's around this time.
Lupa, this is Frumentarius Picus. Over.
Go ahead, Picus.
Afternoon patrol enters Fiend territory at 1300. Have them mind that stretch.
10-4, Picus. Fiends will be alerted.
Roger, Lupa.
What's the status of your primary mission, Picus?
Charges are set. Detonation will occur as the train leaves the station. Over.
How long?
What are you doing here? You don't have clearance. I don't know what you mean.
I can't go in. What the hell? Why can't I go in?
The train is about to depart.
Why can't I go through the fucking door? No, because I got the update. It once it updates, you can you're safe to try and defuse the bomb. So I think the game is just glitching. TCL. There we go. Yeah, no, the game is just bugged. I can't even get on the ladder or the stairs to go onto the thing. So it's definitely bugged. How would you rate this quest? It's pretty good. I mean, it's part of a series of other quests, which is why it's so short, because there's a bunch of other quests that go along with it. So, as a whole, with all of the quests together, it's pretty good.
Yes? What is it?
Can you disable the invisible wall? I don't think so. Caesar erected a force field to prevent you from disabling the bomb.
No? What happened? Curtis? He's been in the NCR long before our conflict with the Legion. There's just no way. I hope you're mistaken, but somehow I don't think so. It'd explain a lot. This is much worse than anyone expected. There could be others, too. You've done everything that was asked of you. You have my personal thanks for this. And I'll make sure you receive the credit you deserve.
Alright, and that just leaves... See loose. And then we can go to Bitter Springs, and that should start his quest. We should be able to do Boone's quest right after this.
You're back. Not the kind of things you like to see go missing. No witnesses yet. I've got my money on Sergeant Contreras, who's supposed to be in charge of distribution, the little weasel. But he's too slick to let anyone catch him doing it. We've searched his possessions a dozen times. Nothing. Good. The more guns you can recover, the more I'll be able to use to shoot Contreras for being inept.
Why don't you join the Legion instead? They're the gayest according to their enemies. Yeah, but in order to be a legionary, you also have to be kind of a simp. Because you have to... It all revolves around Caesar. Whereas the NCR revolves more around an idea of an old world government. And most people don't even like Kimball. Whereas, you know, and then, you know, Mr. House is more of a... it's more of a, you know, if he's in charge, he'll be off on his own doing his own thing to improve the world while everyone else does their own thing. Whereas with Caesar, you kind of got to be a simp. You basically got to believe that he is your one true god, and it's totally fine for him to just execute not only you, but all of your friends and family as well for like the slightest indiscretion, and you need to just go along with it and be happy about it. And yeah, basically you just have to simp for a dictator, and it's like, no, I'm not that much of a simp. I can't. I'm too much of an independent person to be a Legion player. I don't know, man. Nothing is gayer than devoting your entire life for a single man. I mean, true, but that's not a good thing.
Yeah, so far this has gone exactly as expected. Poorly. But with the work you've done for NCR already, you might be just what I've been looking for. We captured an honest-to-God centurion of Caesar's Legion recently. Better believe it. Everybody in Caesar's Legion from Caesar on down will kill themselves before they can be captured. They're so twitchy they'd probably do it if you reached out to hug them. But here's this guy, who's an elite commander in their army, and he just gives himself up, even as his men are slitting their own throats around him. Well, I don't know about you, but to me that sounds like a man who's willing to cooperate. Except he hasn't. Only times he speaks up are to insult you. He's a real prick, by the way. And I'm supposed to get information out of this guy. I like the way you think. Have I said that yet? Problem is that the NCR frowns on using that sort of tactic. There are some restrictions still in place from President Tandy's administration. But here's my favorite thing about you. You're not in the NCR. Plus, for all this guy knows, you're completely insane. That's a winning combination. I think if you rough him up enough, and really put some fear into him, he'll sing like a choir boy. So let's do this. When you're ready, I'll go in and give you a little intro. Then I leave the room, and you make him regret the day he was born. We go back and forth a couple times until either he talks or he can't move his jaw anymore. Either way, we've had our entertainment for the day. That's the spirit. Okay, I'll go in and have a word with him. Then I'll call you in.
Alright, we're not going to do that. I have my own way of doing this. That's way better.
Long time no see, Celus.
Lieutenant. I was just thinking about you.
That's so.
I was just thinking about that pretty neck of yours.
How sweet.
I was thinking about how it would look with a Legion slave collar on it.
I'll pass.
Do you know what I love about our slave collars, Lieutenant?
If you love them, maybe you should try one on.
I love how tightly they fit. I train my men to make sure the slave's flesh bulges a bit around the top and bottom. Know why?
It's all the rage in fashion circles?
Not quite. If you fit it just right, their body never gets used to the feeling of wearing it. It cuts in just enough when they swallow or turn their head to remind them who they belong to. And it's that constant reminder that keeps them docile.
In that case, maybe you'd better save the collar you were gonna give me.
Oh? For whom?
For a friend of mine you're about to meet. My friend isn't very docile.
And who is this friend of yours?
You know all the rules the NCR instituted to protect enemy prisoners of war?
Of course.
My friend doesn't. Oh, and Silus, if you resist at all, I'll personally blow your brains out. Come on in, he's all yours. I'll be back in a bit to see how you're getting along. And I'll need you to surrender your weapons before you go in. You can pick them up from the locker on your way out.
What an ugly little worm you are. What pile of excrement did the lieutenant pluck you from, worm? You must have some reason to be in your line of work. Tell me, what did the Legion do to you? Did we enslave your children? Slaughter your family before your eyes to teach you a lesson? Whatever it was, I hope I was there to give the order. Foot soldiers of the Legion are trained not to have to think for themselves, to have conflict removed from their minds. They kill themselves to evade capture because they are not trusted to make such a decision rationally in the heat of battle. But I'm no foot soldier. I knew I could escape captivity on my own without revealing the tiniest iota of information to my captors. I'll show you gutless, you sniveling bastard. I'll spill your guts all over this room. Get away from me.
Oh no. Oh shit, I might have fucked up. I think because I turned against Caesar before doing this, I can't do the fake out that I normally like to do, where you pretend to be an assassin for the Legion and it tricks him into giving up the information. Fuck.
Is something the matter, Silus? You look upset. Here, maybe you'd better step out for a moment. You've upset him.
Your friend is a miserable fucking degenerate.
I don't know. I thought he seemed like a nice guy.
If we were on the other side of the river, I'd have him torn apart by dogs.
That's a long walk, Silus. I don't think it's gonna happen. You'd better just talk.
Your tactics are a joke.
If you don't like dealing with me, I can bring my friend back in.
Both of you can rot.
Have it your way. Come on back in. I think he misses you.
I'm pretty sure I have a high enough intelligence skill to do it. I just don't... I think I fucked up with the,
We don't have anything to discuss, worm.
Hold on. Let me test something really quick. I have plenty of mentats, so if I'm just not intelligent enough, this'll fix it.
What an ugly little worm you are. What pile of excrement did the lieutenant pluck you from, worm?
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, we just didn't have enough intelligence. Okay. Alright, that's fine.
You're nothing. You're some inept mercenary the NCR is paying to supplement its own incompetent soldiers. No, listen. Caesar's secrets are safe with me. I stayed alive because Caesar would have wanted it. I'm useless to him dead. I've told them nothing. They've gotten nowhere. I'm a Centurion, for Christ's sake. I deserve his trust. You have to let this go. I'll disappear. No one will ever see me again. That was always the plan in the first place. No, that's not what I meant. Lieutenant, this man is trying to kill me. He's not who you think he is.
All that shouting. Honestly, Celus, you get free room and board. The least you could do is be a good guest.
Lieutenant, this man is an agent of the Legion on a mission to kill me.
My, we have an active imagination today, don't we?
Think about it. Is it worth the risk? You need what I know.
Well, it sounds like the two of you are becoming fast friends.
It'll be your head if I die, Lieutenant. You'll be disgraced.
You know what? I think you're right, Celus.
Of course I'm right.
Except, I don't care. Because it'll be worth it. It'll be worth it to never have to hear you say another word, Celus. Carry on.
Lieutenant! You don't have to do this. If I'd killed myself, then I would have been murdering one of Caesar's greatest soldiers. Either choice is a betrayal of the Legion, as I see it. I've done everything Caesar ever asked of me, and this is how I am repaid. With assassination, I ambushed countless NCR patrols and wiped them out so that our operatives could move freely. I waited for him to dispatch us for 3 days, never questioning why the headaches he complained of would hinder his ability to command. I haven't breathed a word about the officer we planted here. He continues to radio intelligence to Caesar's camp nearly every night. I've proven my loyalty. All you're doing is killing a loyal soldier. If that's Caesar's policy, then I say his empire will crumble. What? What do you mean? No, you slimy bastard! Nothing I've said will change the outcome for you. No force can hold back the tide of the Legion. This camp and everyone in it will burn.
You did well. I don't know how you did it without putting a scratch on him, and I'm a little disappointed personally, but it saved the NCR some face. And it could save us more than that when all is said and done. I'm gonna talk to some people when we're through here. This is about double the standard fee we'd give a consultant, but from what I saw, you're more of an artist. So think of this as your commission.
Little coward fucked up because he's a little coward. Yeah, that is easily my favorite interrogation method, is to trick him into thinking you're a Legion assassin. Because he just turns into such a whiny little bitch, and he's like, no, this isn't fair. I'm gonna rant. I'm gonna talk about all my problems and talk about why I fucking hate the Legion. And in doing so, he ends up telling us everything we need to know. Because he's a fucking idiot. Alright, I'm not too worried about Contreras and stuff. I'll worry about that later, so... let's see if I can get...
I'll sit tight.
God damn it! Come on.
I've got your back.
There we go. Let me see if I can talk to Shu about this, and then we'll see if we can get Boone to talk about
Yes? What
Bitter
is it?
Springs. Okay, no, we cannot. Alright. Well, we got our money anyway. Alright, let's go to Bitter Springs. Especially after his little rant about how he treats slaves. Yeah. Imagine getting trolled by a gay rat. Absolutely trolled. Free. Free. Let me sleep here, you cum-guzzling fuckwads. Oh, you bitches. Well, my Apollo cheese. Oh yeah, I'll worry about Corporal White's thing later as well. I want to do Boone's thing first, and then I want to go to Old World Blues. Then we'll worry about doing the other missions and stuff. I'll take that. Be me walking home. Drinking coffee while passing someone. Let me sleep, you cum-guzzling fuckwads! Almost spit coffee onto the man I'm passing.
There you are!
Whoops.
Stupid shit.
Why, yes, you are a stupid shit.
Anybody there?
Oh, they respawned.
I'll do my best.
Oh, level 50. We've done it. Alright, so there's only one I care about. I'm pretty sure it's at the bottom. Yeah, here we go. Your storied past has fallen from memory because everyone thought you died. Your karma is reset. You inflict plus 10% damage, and for every 100 points of karma, you gain 10 health. You are also immune to critical hits. Yeah, that's absolutely insane. Alright, so now we're back at neutral karma. So now we have to redo all of our good deeds. Alright. Apparently there's someone else here. Oh, no, it's that. There we go. God, I love this gun. It's so good. I love the Ranger Sequoia. It's probably one of the most iconic weapons in this game. Farming fiends for karma. I could do that. Oh god. I just dropped down to like 2 FPS for a second there. Oh. Legionary assassins? I believe so, yep. Finally missed a shot. Oh, no wait, I actually killed him. I thought I missed that last shot. Rat Slayer, my beloved. It's a good early gun game for luck builds, but I don't know. I think I'd always choose the Ranger Sequoia over the Rat Slayer any day. And I'm definitely not biased because it kills rats. Definitely not that. Totally not. You could trust me, bro. Who are you? Mercenary. Okay.
What a shame.
I guess old guys are tougher than we look, huh?
Until I face Death Claws, I use Rat Slayer. Just the fact that it's a varmint rifle that perforates losers consistently is enough to scratch that special itch. Like a Honda Civic build that beats Camaros. Yeah, fair. Filthy axe at a reasonable price. Pagan, if you were in charge of the Legion, how would you run it? Catches, you keep the core beliefs of it, like slavery and domination, though. Violence, etc. I wouldn't get cancer and get a brain tumor that'll kill me before I could even see my empire fully rise. And my empire wouldn't then turn on itself. That's how I would do it. I fully acknowledge my reason for loving the Rat Slayer is retarded and not universal. I mean, it's not retarded. It makes sense. I mean, it's a good little gun. I mean, if it can get you through the majority of the game on its own, then there's no reason not to use it.
What a shame.
And it is a nice gun. Like, when you consider what it is, it's a varmint rifle with a polymer body. So it's lighter. It has it has a night vision scope and a silencer. It's like, yeah, that's pretty fucking good. And it fires 5.56. So it's a pretty good gun. It's just that my build was not optimized for it, so I didn't use it. And while it would probably be more useful to me now, I've already got an anti-material rifle, so I don't really have much of a reason to use it over any of my other weapons now. True, him buying that brain cancer DLC was a mistake. It reminds me of an idea I had for an empire in my fantasy verse and how they got rid of slavery. They didn't. They just made it such a bureaucratic nightmare. Nobody wants to put you with... Nobody wants to put you with it anymore. Ah. As much as I like 5.56, it ain't beating 50 BMG. Yeah, exactly. Put up with. Oh, okay. Nobody wants to put up with it anymore. Ah. You don't have anything on your hunting rifle? No. I was gonna say, do you have a scope on that thing? Okay, now the last time we came here, for whatever reason, there was like a legionary person here who kills the doctor for some reason, and I'm gonna try to prevent that from happening this time. In fact, I'm gonna make a permanent save just to be safe. Lieutenant Markland has died in battle. Who the fuck is killing this guy? Why does this keep happening? Every time I come over here, there's just some random legionary. Yeah, why the fuck is he here? Like, what?
It's a shame what happened up here. I understand arguments about the fog of war, but that can't be much consolation to the survivors, or to the NCR soldiers who have
Cut it out, will you?
What the fuck? Okay. It feels like they're intentionally spawning a random legionary up there to kill him, and I don't understand why that's happening. Like, what mod could I possibly have that would do that? And why would they do that? How do I free cam? What's the console command for free camming again? Caesar does a little trolling. I'm gonna go get something to drink real quick. I haven't had anything in a while. I'll be right back. I'm also gonna see if I can get someone to make some tea. Oh my god. So, I went to go get a bottle of water and ask if someone will make some tea or something. And turns out, one of the kids, we're not sure which one, I tried to interrogate them. Someone ordered a $700 PlayStation Pro off of Amazon, and we're not even sure how they had access to Amazon. They're not supposed to. So, I'm trying to figure out who it was. I don't know. I'm not entirely sure. And I had to, like, go through the whole thing to, like, send it back and everything and try to get the money back. I think I did it. But yeah, I'm fucking pissed. And when I find out who it is, they're not going to be living here. At least for, like, a week or so. They're going to go back to either live with their mom for a while, or they're going to go to that fucking, assisted living care or something, because when I find out who the fuck did that, they are done. They're going to Brazil. They're going fucking somewhere. They keep that shit up. Fucking pissed. Alright, let me see how I can free cam. Let's see. TFC 1. Yeah, okay. Apparently that's how you do it. TFC. No. FC 1. Oh god, what the fuck? I mean, yeah, it's free camming, but what is with the motion blur? Oh my god. Also, why am I stuck in, like, slow-mo? I can barely move. What the fuck is this bullshit? Also, it said it was supposed to pause the game. It doesn't look very... Hold on. Are you guys moving? Because if you are, then... Oh god, what is this blur effect? What the fuck is this? Okay, yeah, the game is paused. That's good. So this is the right console command. It's just... Oh god, why? And why can I barely move? Like, I'm so slow. Hold on. Apparently there's another thing here. Hold on. Okay, so if I use SUCSM and then a number. Okay, so 10 will give me a fast camera. All right. SUCSM. All right. SUCSM 10. Oh yeah, that's way better. Maybe try taking off the helmet. Yeah, it probably is the helmet. Let me just see if I can find this fucking... oh crap, nothing even loads in here. Okay, so... TFC 0, I think. Yeah, there we go. Alright, so we gotta get closer, and then I gotta do it. Okay, let's try that again. Surely we're close enough now. Okay, nope, still not close enough. Okay. Yeah, he's just spawned right here. What the fuck? Why? Why is this fucking piece of shit just right here? And of course the doctor is like right there. Just ready to get fucking decapitated. Use kill command. Oh, I did. Kill all. No.
Wow, hey, it's you. What are you doing in Bitter Springs?
Okay, make a quick save. Kill all Elijah like that.
Here. I understand arguments about the fog of war, but that can't be much consolation to the survivors. Or to...
I've been sending requests for relief for months now. Didn't think they'd send you, though.
No, stop with the flashing.
It's a distress call. This camp is in bad shape, and if we don't get relief soon, I don't know what will happen. At this point, I'll take anything you can give me. We need more troops, fresh supplies, and medical relief. As if that wasn't enough, someone's been coming out of the mountains at night, stealing supplies and picking off my people. I don't know. The NCR's stretched thin as it is. I've put in requests at Camp Golf, Forlorn Hope, McCarran, but things are no better there. Maybe if their situations improve, they'd have men to spare. Or maybe they'd listen to someone with a reputation for helping the NCR. Food, blankets, clothes, tools. The Army used to ship out caches of supplies regularly. But with the Legion so active, we haven't gotten any in months. You'll want to talk to Lieutenant Markland about that. He's our medical officer. He should be down at the medical tent now. It started about 6 months ago. At first it was just supplies going missing. We figured it was refugees. Then people started dying. Always a single bullet to the head. Always from extreme range. We've lost 8 refugees and 3 soldiers to this son of a bitch. We know he must be hiding out in one of the caves up in the mountains. But I don't have enough men to send out looking for him.
The NCR soldiers who have to live with what they
God,
did here.
that fucking flashing shit. I hate that. I don't know what causes that. I guess it's the light from the fire reflecting off of something on the ground that's causing that, but why is it turning it black? Like, what the fuck? Alright, well, since we're right here, Arcade can help with the medical stuff.
Yeah? What is it? Hey, if you can help, I'll take whatever I can get. Doctor's bags would be a huge help, but what I really need are medical texts. I'm not trained to deal with major psychological trauma, and we've got a lot of kids in this camp. I'm an Army field medic. I can treat bullet wounds, shrapnel, trench foot, no problem. But this, the kids and the psychological trauma and all the rest, is out of my league. Yeah? Hey, sure, that would be fantastic. Thank you, that was very helpful. I don't think I'll need those books after all. Thank you. This will keep us well stocked for a good long while. I think that should just about cover us. I really don't know how to thank you. Well, still, thanks again.
I fucked up. I was trying to do that to get my crosshair to come back so I could, like, click on him. And he tried to talk to me right as I was clicking that, and it made it blurry. Alright, that takes care of that. So let's go check for supplies and deal with the Great Khan. Wish we got some voice lines from Arcade during that. Yeah, I do wish he would comment on that. Like how he's finally getting to be of some use in his
Take him out.
medical field. Since that's one of the reasons why he came with us in the first place. I need some Rad-X. And some Rad-Away. I'll take that. Whoa. That was a weird glitch.
Still alive. Who would have guessed?
I probably should have reloaded before I came into the cave. Oh god, I have like no bullets for this. Okay, now we use this. There we go, got my drink. everything in here. Yeah. So I think that just leaves the Great Khan to deal with. Are you guys going trick-or-treating? No. I haven't gone trick-or-treating or taken anyone trick-or-treating in many, many, many years. Nah, we have to go around. I think the last time I took the kids trick-or-treating was back when they were like 5 or 6. And they're like going on 11 and 12 now, so it's been a pretty long time since I've done anything like that. Alright, let's make a save. And then, oh, wait, where? I have to wait till they all get to me so I can tell them to wait here. Damn it, Boone. Where the hell are you? Okay, here's these two, but where's Boone? Boone, you emo cunt. Get your ass over here. I've been hearing everyone asking that this year for some reason. I'm pretty sure it's some kind of strange meme. I'm not sure where it's from though. Huh. Yeah, I haven't heard about that. Not after that stunt with the PS5, since you don't know who did it yet. Yeah. We haven't been trick-or-treating since that blue rock candy incident at the White's place. Oh my god. They asked me if I've ever hosted a war crimes tribunal. I said I've been hosted at a war crimes tribunal. And they said, welcome aboard. Oh my god, Boone. You useless... Nah, fuck this. Get your fucking ass over here. Wait here.
Okay.
boss.
Just don't be gone long.
I'll just wait here, alone,
easily.
while my heavily armed companion goes out of earshot. I'm sure nothing will happen.
Yeah, you'll be fine. Also, Pagan, I found the perfect meme template for the fan art of you ranting at the hooker. Oh no.
Who are you? How did you find this place? Refugee camp. Is that what they're calling it? Good old NCR. They can whitewash anything. Let me tell you something. That refugee camp, it's built on the blood and tears of my people. Nobody likes to talk about it, but I remember. I know that, but what else can I do? Maybe. Maybe you're right. Maybe 3 years is vengeance enough. Thank you for helping me see that. Here, this will unlock the supply caches we left in caves around these mountains. You might get some use out of them.
I kind of already opened them, but... Oh, thanks for telling me about the landmines you left there as well. Jesus. Fucking asshole. Now you guys can follow me.
Right away.
Wait. Uh-oh. No, 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 no. No, you were supposed to be gone already. Bastard bitch. Asshole, a con? Couldn't be. No, couldn't be. This rushed all voice acting, yeah. Yeah, he really phoned that in. Alright, let's wait an hour. Okay, surely he's gone by now.
Right away.
It's crazy how just having Boone in your team makes the fucking entirety of the Great Khans hostile to you. It's like, yeah, I get it, he's NCR, but Jesus. Hello, rat boy. Hello. Do not redeem. I would just kill this guy because I got no respect for the cons. I don't really have an issue with the cons. Outside of, like, you know, the shit at the very beginning of the game where they're helping Benny, but I mean, they don't really do anything other than dig the grave. They've never really done anything to me or anyone I know, so I don't really care. Like, apparently they have a history of being raiders, but you never see that. They never do anything that's, like, appalling, so I don't really mind the Legion all that much. Or the Legion, the cons all that much. I definitely mind the Legion, fuck them.
You're back. Any progress on saving our skins?
I can never hear that phrase anymore about saving our skins without thinking of that fucking SpongeBob line. Look, it's S for SpongeBob and S for Sandy. How about S for saving our skins? God, that scammer freakout was so legendary. Yep. I mean, when I have Boone in the party and the kill cam suddenly plays, giving me a mini heart attack. The cons are just there. Yeah. The cons help Benny, which got you shot. I mean, yeah, but it was Benny. You know, it was mostly Benny that did that. All they knew was that, you know, they were after a courier and he had something that they wanted and they were being paid to do it. They were basically acting as mercenaries in that regard, and there's already other mercenaries in the game that do exactly that sort of thing, and I don't hate them. So I don't know, it's just not that big of a deal to me. Plus it was just that one group of cons, and they end up fucking, you know, basically apologizing for it, where they're like, oh fuck, you're still alive? Well, Benny stabbed us in the back, so yeah, that was a mistake. We shouldn't have fucking ever listened to him. Sorry about that. Fuck him. So, yeah, again, I don't know. The cons just don't seem that bad to me. At least not in this game. It seems like any, like, raiding history they have has long since passed. So they're basically just a group of tribals at this point, in a way. It's funny how they say the NCR have fucked over their ancestors while ignoring the fact that their ancestors were raiding them and tried to enslave their president that one time. Yeah. The con should have known you were to become the chem-addicted mailman god on Earth. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, other than them, like, intentionally supplying the fiends to hurt the NCR, which is, like, the only thing that I can think of where it's like, yeah, the Great Khans have actually caused a significant problem to the Wasteland. It's like, that's the only thing I can really think of, is them supplying chems to the fiends, just so that they'll attack the NCR. That's like the worst thing I could think of that they do.
We do have some spare Rad-X in the supply tent. That might work. Thank you. You did? Who was it? Any information you could give me would be a big help for my reports. Really? Well, this canyon used to be a great Khan stronghold. I suppose that explains why he was able to evade us so easily. About 3 years ago, NCR's first recon launched an attack on the Khan encampment here. There was a communication mix-up that resulted in some non-combatants being killed. I guess he was still bitter about it. It was a tragic mistake, but we've done all we can to make amends. We provided medical aid to the wounded, all the wounded, and permitted the Khans to resettle at Red Rock Canyon. I don't know how you did it, but thank you. At this point, I'll take anything you can give me. We need more troops, fresh supplies.
Alright, so she took the radioactive
I've heard of you.
So now I can give these.
Where did you get this? You know what? It doesn't even matter. Thank you. This will be a tremendous help.
Alright, and that just leaves going and talking to the different places about reinforcements. So, Camp Golf is the closest. We'll go to that one first. permitted the cons to settle at Red Rock Canyon. Yeah, that's kind of a fucked up wording. It's like if they had said, like, we had escorted them there and helped rebuild or something, like, help them, like, settle into Red Rock Canyon, that would have been one thing. But does that, the fact that they're like, oh, we allowed them to continue to live. I mean, we could have, you know, executed every single one of them and massacred them in a genocide, but we didn't. That makes us good people. It's like, Jesus. Okay. Alright, who am I talking to here? Probably this dude, right?
Wish I had a first recon guy looking after me.
I just got word that first recon is being mobilized to Nelson. God forbid we get any reinforcements here, right? After what you did getting my misfits whipped into shape, yeah, I could spare a couple boys for Bitter Springs. I'll issue the dispatch orders.
Alright. And then next was, I believe, McCarran. Yeah. I assume we're probably going to talk to Shu about that. Correction, they didn't completely genocide them. True, true. We only did a little bit. Okay, it was only a little bit of genocide. It was a mistake. It was an honest mistake, okay? Everyone does a little bit of genocide from, you know, here and there. From time to time, it happens. Honest mistake. Anyone could do it. What's a little bit of genocide between friends, right? We're all friends here.
Yes? What is it? Well, you have been a great help here, and with the saboteur dealt with. Yes, I think we can spare a few men. Consider it done.
Alright, last, I believe, is Forlorn Hope. Actually, I want to see if I can ride the monorail now, because we tried to do that before and we got killed.
Go on through, soldier.
Alright, yeah, we're allowed to now. All we did was kill the young, old, and sick, and as forgiveness, we didn't kill them all. And had them settle in a dead end with Cazadors and Deathclaws below it, and us in the entrance. Yeah, exactly. I can't help but notice that was in a different... We're also not moving. Uh-oh. Hold on, hold on. Hold on. Giant Boone attack on Titan. There's the winning weapon for the NCR, Giant Ranger. Hold on, wait.
I'll
Here.
be here. Just don't expect me to fend off again.
I figured they'd, like, I don't know. I figured they'd either set them with me or they'd put them like, or they just leave them here. I didn't think they'd do that. Yeah, so this is in Spanish. And I think that's why I can't get into the, yeah, that's why I can't get into the actual thing itself, because it's blocking me, because it wants me to click this instead. So there's an invisible wall here now. Weird that they didn't think to fix that, where it's like, yeah, there's literally a mission with this thing. Why would you not think to, like, add an exception? Yeah, that's fucked. Okay, so we're supposed to actually move, and it's not working. I think this mod might be bugged. Yeah, we're supposed to, like, be looking at, like, the strip and stuff coming into view, and yeah, we're just not getting anything. It's just not working. Oof. Yeah, that's a problem. Okay, what about the other way around? Does it work? Nope. Still broken. Okay, duly noted. I will have to get rid of this mod, unfortunately, because it is completely busted. The instructions are in Spanish, so I'll have Raul do it. Oh, hey, now you're playing Stalker. Alright, so yeah, this mod just doesn't work. We're supposed to be able to ride this thing all the way around, and you can actually see everything, and it's supposed to actually move, but we're just stuck in place for some reason, so that's a problem. I don't know what's going on with that. I don't know, maybe it needs to be updated or something, or moved into a different part of the mod list or something. I don't know, but I don't really want to deal with it. Especially if it's going to cause that issue where I can't even get into the fucking train car to defuse the bomb. I'm probably better off just straight up uninstalling that mod instead. Alright, so I think Forlorn Hope is where we're going now. Whoa. Yeah. Gonna make a sandwich, be right back. Alright.
I'm glad to see you here. We could definitely use your help. You handled yourself well against the Legion, and that took some of the pressure off of us. I'll send a couple troops out there right now. Watch yourself out there.
Alright, so that should take care of all of that. I'm gonna have to have a word with the kids' dad. about what they did, so if I see him on the camera, I'm gonna have to get up, like pause the game and get up and go talk to him about that. So I might be gone for a little bit while I'm doing that, but it shouldn't be too long. It'll just be a short break to go deal with that. Because I'd like him to know before he goes to bed tonight, so we can deal with it.
Patrolling the Mojave almost makes you wish for a new... Anything else I can do for you? Thanks to your help, I think Bitter Springs has a real shot at surviving. I can't offer much of a reward, but know that the NCR is very grateful. Here, take this. I hope you put it to good use. Clear winter.
The Ranger vets are on their way from Baja. Never seen one before, but I've heard they chew nails and spit napalm.
Okay, I'm actually gonna eat one of those. Alright, so now... Boone should start his quest by now. I feel like we've done everything. Get another permanent save, just to be safe. Don't mind me, just gonna loot all these graves. Damn, wish I was using a 357 weapon. We'd have plenty of ammo for that. I can hear the whispers of the damned. There we go. Ah, ghoul! That relax, that's just Raul. Ah, a Mexican! Bruh.
Got you.
God, that lag is insane. Okay, do I have to initiate Boone, maybe? Maybe I have to be the one to...
What is it?
Yeah, there we go, thank God.
There was a miscommunication. Yeah, I guess that'd be the word. We did what we were there to do. A lot of people got killed. That's war. Maybe looking back, you do things differently. But that's not how it works. In the field, you hesitate, you or someone you care about will die. They teach that from day one. You don't come out of a tour of duty without regrets. It's best just not to think about it. Life has a way of punishing you for the mistakes you make. Big enough mistake, punishment can take a while. Mine's not over. A murderer who does good deeds is still a murderer. And he'll still get his judgment. I left the NCR when my tour was up. Had enough of war. And decided I was gonna start over. None of it made a difference in the end. Because I'm still alive. Yeah.
Alright, there. Now he'll talk to us. I think we have to wait like a day or two, which we can do by just sleeping and walking around. Miscommunication, yeah. That's what they're calling it now, huh? Yeah, alright, there's nothing in here. We've already looted it. Oh, wait. I could take that. Oh, you know what? We haven't saved the soldier from the cave up here. Let's go do that. That'll be a good waste of time. Were any of the higher-ups in charge of that operation held accountable for it or not? They were not, because I believe it's mentioned in Boone's bad ending that he actually ends up going and killing the people who the like officer who was in charge of the Bitter Springs assault, and he ends up killing him. Because I think if you make, if you do his bad ending, that's one of the ending slides. So in the bad ending, Boone becomes the Punisher of Fallout. I think he also kills himself. He either kills himself or he puts himself in a situation where he'll be killed. How is that bad exactly? Because, one, it actually was a miscommunication. So, it wasn't necessarily the officer's fault. And two, he's still an officer with the NCR, and he executes him, which makes Boone into a wanted man. And I'm pretty sure the NCR either the NCR kills him or he kills himself. Like a murder-suicide thing, basically. Which which is definitely a bad thing. Him basically doing a Cowboy Bebop on Caesar's camp is pretty cool. Yeah. That one's a little bit more justified and understandable. But that's not what I wanted.
Contact!
God damn. This thing's pretty good. Let's see, how do we... overpressured rounds. How about hollow points? Okay, we got some hollow points.
Take him out.
That fits with your schedule.
All clear. Contact!
I'm sure our victory was purely thanks to your brilliant leadership, boss.
What a shame.
Yeah, I don't really need any more C4. We've got plenty.
Oh, thank God. I didn't think I'd ever see another human face down here. Thank God. Hoped someone would come eventually, but where are the rest of your men? Shit. Have you any damn idea what lives in these caves? We need to get out of... We need to go now! I don't know, some kind of man-fish freak like the one I killed over there. I'd heard fishermen spin old tales of lake lurks swimming in the water. I always thought they were just bullshit mermaid stories. Thanks a lot, Doc. I think I should be able to walk out of here now. I don't want to risk running into a pack of those freaks alone, though. Could you escort me out of here? Great. I'll start heading back to California now. I'm not about to let myself get killed by future NCR incompetence. If you find my friends, please return their dog tags to the NCR. People need to know what happened here. And if they won't listen, do what you can to make them listen. The dead need to be avenged. If you find my friends, please return their dog tags to the NCR. People need to know what happened here. If they won't listen, do what you can to make them listen. The dead need to be avenged.
He's young, boss. He'll bounce back, unlike some of us.
Okay, I'm actually getting some pretty bad lag. I'm gonna restart my game. That's a dead end.
Yeah. Time for more fighting. I know.
God, it's crazy. When I first got this thing the other day and was hunting legionaries with it, I had over 600 rounds of 9mm. Now I'm down to 191 after this clip, or after this mag.
Don't worry, boss. With my cataracts, you
All clear.
Get him, boss. I mean, if that fits with your schedule.
Looks like break time's over. Here we go.
Oh? What the fuck? Der Bullenwilp. Whatever the fuck that is. Let's see. It is a 308. What the fuck? Is this a bullpupped G3? It looks a lot like a bullpup G3, which I don't like. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about this thing. Let me go check that little other pathway I saw over here before I go further in. Yeah, I don't think I ever saw this little... It just leads back here, so... Alright. Be cool if they had a queen lake lurk and you get a quest to steal its baby and plant it in the Legion camp so they get attacked by lake lurks. I could see that working for Cottonwood Cove. That'd be a good way to wipe that fucking thing out. And then maybe while they're being while they're dealing with lake lurks from the river, the NCR could push down from the cliffs. And then once they kill all the Legion, they can just mop up the lake lurks that are left or retreat. Bunch of poker chips. I remember there being a cave around here somewhere next to a boat. And I think there's a unique weapon in the cave, if I remember correctly. Over here, I think. There's the boat. Is there a cave? I remember it being near this boat, I think. Yeah, here we go. Stream ended when you started reading my question. I mean comment. Oof. Yeah, I read it and gave like a explanation of an idea. In case you missed it. Let's see. There's a doctor's bag. I'll take that. Cigarette. Wet cigarettes. Great. I'm sure people will want those. Doctor's bag. What the? This rock has physics. Why though? Alright. Let's see. Dead body. What's your least favorite unique weapon? Probably the humble cudgel. It's just a fucking... It's just a lead pipe with a name. It's not even really a fucking unique weapon, really. I mean, it is, but it doesn't feel like one, and that's why I hate it so much. Okay, maybe there isn't a unique weapon. Maybe it was just, stuff. Ooh, I need to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. I see what you guys are doing. Does it have a story attached to it like some of the other unique weapons at least? I think so. I mean, it probably has a small one. I feel like it was a bit of a missed opportunity to not have chips be the main currency in the Mojave Wasteland. Honestly, yeah, that would have made more sense. They were summoning Mr. Thornberry. I was hoping for Kree to join and go oh my god. Boo, what a party pooper. Deal with it. Yeah, I think that's everything. I think we can just leave. God, now I'm just thinking, how funny would it be to come back into like this main room and the fucking all of our companions are just like floating in the water right here dead, just like with their arms down and shit. The whole time I was gone with my I was gone doing stuff, and I have my my helmet on, and they just don't have anything, and they all die. Well, I think Boone and Arcade would be okay because they both have. He has a rebreather, and he has the other Ranger helmet, so I think they'd be fine. But Raoul would just be in the water, just floating dead in the water. You take a sip from your canteen while underwater. That's the best time to take a sip from your canteen because it fills it up as well. You get something to drink and it fills your canteen with water. Hi. We made a new friend. Eddie switches to water cooling. Rail's a ghoul, doesn't need oxygen, so says Fallout TV show, with ghoul being buried. And Fallout 4 kid in the fridge. Oh my god. Fuck off!
All mine.
all mine. Can't run from me.
I guess that could have gone worse.
All right. It's over.
It's over.
Hey, Pagan, has Roll taken his anti-feral drug lately? Oh my god. God, why can't fucking Bethesda just die off already? Are you excited for Ironheart, aka Black Female Iron Man, who's smarter than the original? Please ignore that War Machine exists. Oh my god, what the fuck is this? I haven't even heard of this, but I hate it already. Oh hey, a teddy bear. Oh hey, another teddy bear. Okay, we could have came here to get some as well.
What is it? Yeah. Always. Even when I sleep. I don't think so. It won't change anything. And that's a memory I don't want refreshed.
Oh god, there was still more to his fucking trigger event. Alright, now he'll actually tell us when he wants to go back. God damn it.
Hey. I thought some more about what you said. I think maybe you're right. Maybe I should go to Bitter Springs. I don't know what I'm hoping to find there.
God, you picked the worst possible time to bring this up.
Nothing. Dream. Just tired of thinking about it. I hope this isn't a mistake.
Ratto. Hello. She was in Black Panther 2, where the Mexican villain gets defeated by drying his wet back, which is a racial slur. Yes, I am very much aware of that. We talked about that in a stag a long time ago. She makes her own Iron Man suit, then gets kidnapped and makes an even better Iron Man suit. Oh my god. What a flattering, emotional, and cinematic angle. Oh yeah, the teenager who made a device that can detect, oh my god, vibranium without ever having or seeing any before in her life. Oh my god. Hate! Let me tell you how much I've come to hate the entire fucking film and media industry.
Nelson's back in our hands. I hope we can defend it this time.
This is the place. We got sent from Camp Gulf looking for some cons who'd been making trouble with one of our settlements. I guess one of the settlers was connected because we sent everything we had. We figured this was a gang hideout, but they'd led us to their home. There's a ridge called Coyote Tail on the south side. That's where we set up.
The ranger vets are on their way from
Canyon 37. That's what the NCR calls the pass down there. It was the Khan's only escape, so we set up here to guard it while the main force attacked from the front. Standing orders were to shoot on sight. Main force got spotted too soon. We heard shooting. And Khan started coming through Canyon 37 in bunches. It was all wrong, though. Women, kids, elderly. Wounded started coming through, too. We radioed to confirm our orders, but command didn't get what we were seeing. They told us to shoot till we were out of ammo, so that's what we did. Yeah, well, I'm not a soldier anymore. Those rules don't seem like much of an excuse now. Anyway, I don't know why we're here. Thought maybe it'd help me see things better. I'd like to stay here for the night. Think some things over. All right. We won't stay for long.
67 hours later. Jesus, it is extremely dark. Damn it, Boone, you said we wouldn't be here long.
I'll sit. I've got your back. Something's wrong. Got a group coming our way. Looks like a Legion raiding party. It's big. Might be too big, even for us. If you want out, I won't blame you, but I'm gonna stay. See if I can hold them off. Easy target for grabbing slaves. Bunch of refugees, just a few soldiers defending it. I don't think they're here for us. Too bad. Would have made me feel good about myself. I'm not. Always figured this was how it was gonna end for me. Just didn't know when. That day you showed up in Novak, I had a feeling I was supposed to go with you. That it was time to end all this. And now I know. If only it was this easy all the time. Tell the truth, I think this is exactly what I've been waiting for.
Why is there a random ghoul? Fuck off. Let's see. Raoul, wait here.
Okay, boss. I'll just wait here alone.
Okay, arcade. Wait.
Okay. Just don't be gone long. I sunburn easily.
I don't see any down here. Oh, there's a bunch of them over here. Come on. How the fuck did I manage to do that? You. Make sure they're dead. Okay. Eddie, wait here. Boone, you come with me.
We made it through after all.
Okay.
Not sure what to make of that. Thought my time had come. For a minute there, everything made sense. I could feel the end coming. Was ready for it. Now, I'm back where I was. I never thought of it that way. Always expected something more final. But maybe it is. I don't know what I'm supposed to do about all this. I guess they brought us here. One less Legion raiding party running loose now. Never a bad thing, you can take my word for that. Still feels like I'm living on borrowed time. But I don't see any reason not to take a lot more of those sons of bitches with me. You got a point. There's still some things I can do before all this is over.
Nice.
We put our trust in Hanlon and look where it got us. Makes you wonder if we can trust anyone at all.
Lead the way.
I wish I had a first read.
What do you look like with that armor on, actually? Because I have a lot of mods, so you might look
fine by me.
Survival armor.
We put our trust
Oh,
in
it looks like pretty well the normal survival
I wish I
armor.
had a first recon anyone at all.
Eh,
Fine by me.
I like this more. Yeah, it's better.
Nelson's back in our hands. I hope we can defend it this time.
Alright, that takes care of Boone's quest. Oh, wait a minute. I'll take that. God, imagine if I'd still had Veronica with me and her PKM and I just had her guarding that front fucking entrance right there. Just mowing down fucking legionaries as they ran up. That would have been great. I should have thought of that. Damn. Oh well. I gotta refresh my stream. that back in the live chat. There we go. God, fucking YouTube. I'ma head out for lunch. Don't be freaky pagan. No promises. Bethesda saw how good the companion and their quests are here, and couldn't be bothered to put even a tenth of that same effort into the ones in Fallout 4. Yep. Pagan is quiet like a mouse. I was focusing on the battle. Jane Rambo. Okay, I don't think we really lose our stuff in Old World Blues, so I think I can take most of this stuff with me. Maybe not this. I don't know if I want to take this, but let's go back to my place and gear up for Old World Blues, and we'll go do that.
Looks like break time's over.
Oof. Game, can you not fucking go into like 2 FPS, please? There. Jesus.
Looks like break time's over.
It is funny how things keep running to me for safety. We had those 3 NCR guys at the start of the stream run to me for safety, and then this big horner ran over here for safety as well. They all know that I'm just such a good guy. I'm saying that because you did become quieter. Oh, you mean like audio-wise? Uh-oh. Old World Blues feels like a secret DLC that you get access to with the Wild Wasteland perk. Kind of, yeah. Okay, last joke before I go. That cliche of mice being quiet, they always made a quite audible thunk when I threw them at passing cars' windshield. Oh my god. They just smell the feminine goat scent on you. Okay, for real now. Bye. Okay, see you. Jesus. Good night, Daniel. I got my headphones laying next to me and I had to put them on. Oof. Or actually, no, wait. No, that just makes sense. Why aren't you just wearing them? Alright, I don't feel like walking all the way there. Let's just fast travel. Oh my god, my game is really struggling to load my settlement. You guys good over there? Alright, I think they dealt with whatever it was. Let's see. Alright, I'm actually gonna put everything I have away and then see what I want to keep. Well, everything but this. I'm keeping the sequoia. That's not something I'm gonna get rid of. Or the Bowie knife. And then let's put the ammo away. No, that's not what I'm doing. Oh, no wait, keep those, because I actually am going to keep... Yeah. Alright. Put these away. Pagan, what are your thoughts on the Outer Worlds? For me, I'd say it's like 6.5 out of 10, above average. I never played it, and I don't know, from what I've heard, it was a very average game. So, yeah, that sounds about right. 6.5 out of 10 sounds about right. At least from what I've heard, which that's about all I can do. You know, I haven't actually played it. I can't tell you one way or the other whether it's good or not. I do always have to bump YouTube volume from 20 to 25% up to 45 to 50% for your streams. I don't know what it is with our streams. They're always quieter than they should be, and I don't know how to fix it. Like, I've turned everything up. OBS is turned up, my mic is turned up, all of my system sounds are turned up, everything. Like, everything is at maximum. I don't know what else to do. Other than, like, buying... like a, what is it? Like a, fuck, what is it? Like one of those third-party things you can plug into your PC and, like, manipulate the volume that way. That's, like, the only thing I can think of to even boost the sound on my end. Man, imagine if Outer Worlds 2 is what Starfield said it wanted to be. Well, it's funny because, you know, from what I hear anyway, well, I mean, it just has to be. The Outer Worlds is automatically, like, by default better than Starfield ever was. So it's like, it's already beat out by that game for just being average. Because at least it was... you know, average, whereas Starfield couldn't even manage that. Deep throat the mic, Pagan. It's right next to me. It's on my head. I literally can't move it any closer. It's especially weird since you come through loud and clear on Kree's streams at my normal volume. Yeah, I've noticed that too. It seems to be like... I don't know. When I pick people up through, like, Discord or something, it's loud. And I can turn them up, you know? Because that's where the volume is coming from. It's coming from an application on the PC that I can adjust the volume of to make them louder. Whereas with me, you're just getting me directly from my mic. So maybe that has something to do with it. Outer Wilds has like one loading screen, and then you can explore the world you're on with maybe one more loading screen to enter one building per map. I mean, Outer Worlds. I was about to say, Outer Wilds is not the same thing. Yeah, that's interesting. You need more femboy power to come through clearly. Well, if it wasn't so late, I could just scream into the mic constantly. But it's a bit late for that. Alright, let's see. What can I take with me? I don't know about this. No. I don't want to take a lot with me because I want to be able to carry all the stuff that we can get there. I'll probably... just take... the survivalist rifle and... I could take my G3. I haven't really gotten to play with the G3 at all since we've gotten it. You know what? I'll take that instead of the survivalist rifle, because the survivalist rifle takes 12.7 ammo, and I feel like we're not gonna find a lot of that in the DLC. And then I'll take one shotgun with me. So what would be a good shotgun to take? Maybe the trench gun. I do really like the trench gun. Yeah, we'll take the trench gun. And I think that's good. I don't think we need any more than that. Alright, so I need 308. And I need 12 gauge. There we go. And then, was there anything else I needed? No, I kept all that. I think that's everything. I think we're good. Let's put this stuff in, like that one, put it there. Put this here. And put that there, and actually no, put that there. And we'll just put sticker names there. Alright. I'll take that off for now. Alright. Eddie, what do you have on you? I know I left some stuff. All-American. Missile, Screaming Eagle, and the Sharps Carbine. You guys aren't going to come with me anyway, so... Yeah, you can just hang on to that stuff. I don't really need... I guess I could take this with me as a sniper rifle, though. But I already have... The G3 is basically a sniper, so... Nah, we're good. We're good. You guys wait here. So let's part ways. Yeah, return to base.
What's up?
Return to base.
Oh, I thought my charm could win you over, but... back to the tomb, I suppose. If you need me, etc.
And you.
Hey, I want to thank you for bringing me to Bitter Springs. Things seem clearer now.
Yeah, no problem. Now get out of my sight.
If that's what you think.
Yeah, go back to my place.
I'll make my way there.
Oh, and you. I forgot about you.
You really enjoy dragging me into situations where I get shot at, don't you, boss?
Now you'll live.
Good call. I mean, if that's what you really want, boss. Hey, as long as you're not asking me to go back to Black Mountain, I'm a happy old man.
All right. So now they should just all be wandering around in here. Free. Oh, that's Cass. I was about to say, who are you? Yeah, that's Cass. I forgot that I changed her outfit so much. One of our scavengers died. What all did you have on you? Fucking everything? Why do you have all of my stuff, you bitch? Oh, you little motherfucker. God, I'm tempted to get rid of all of our fucking scavengers. Because they're starting to piss me off. Do you have anything I care about that I would want to save? Not really. I don't care about any of that stuff. Alright, no, just remove. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, I am probably going to kill all of my fort scavengers.
What's up?
I'm getting really pissed off at them stealing everything. They're not really doing anything anyway. Like, they don't really provide that much of a resource, so... Fuck them. God, I am really happy with how this place came out, though. It looks pretty good. Now, there's obviously some things I would have changed. I didn't know about until after I downloaded another mod, but still, it's still pretty good. I am still mad though that the real-time settler mod doesn't let you access the like merchants and stuff unless you do it a certain way, and I don't like the way that it makes you do it. So, because I was gonna put like a merchant here, I was gonna put a merchant here, and this is where they were gonna live, so I could buy stuff. And nope, that didn't happen. They fucked that up.
Who's there?
What do you mean, who's there? Is there a fucking enemy walking around?
Found you.
Oh, I see what you're talking about. There we go.
Well, that's the end of that.
Oh, did my sniper die? Damn. I'll have to replace the sniper that was up here. Shit. That's annoying. Yeah, I think next time, now that I know with the RTS mod, I can actually expand the walls out and stuff. Next time I'm going to build further out around the base. Like, I'll extend the walls out more towards my house and around and all the way down to, like, the road and stuff. I'll make, like, the entrance over there by the road rather than being all the way over here. Yeah, I like that idea. Then again, I could have like multiple layers of walls. I could have like this wall and then an outer wall. That could work too. But yeah, I am really happy with how this place turned out. It looks great. No, Pagan, G3 of MLP is cursed. I am aware. Has Pagan done Dead Money yet? No, I'm gonna do that after Old World Blues. Bye-bye, Boonenheimer. Who was the best companion? Probably... yeah, either Cass, Veronica, or Boone. I guess it depends on what you mean by best. Like, do we mean story-wise? Story-wise, I would say Boone. Character-wise, I would probably say either Cass or Veronica. Usefulness-wise, either Cass or Boone. Actually, can I cook anything real quick? I can make a cigar. Yeah. Eddie. Eddie is pretty good. I do really like Eddie. I don't know if I consider him better than the human companions, though. Gotta take them out back for the good old Lenny treatment. No. What mod is that? Which one? The settlement thing? That's a combination of a bunch of, like, settlement building mods that I have that lets me build that. So I have Wasteland Defense, Fallout 4 base building, which I know that it's actually pretty decent. And real-time settler. And with all of that stuff, it lets you, all those together, you can make some pretty good stuff in New Vegas. Because none of that was there before. When we were playing earlier and we finally first came up here and got my player home mod, there was nothing around that player home. It was completely barren up there. I put all that stuff there through building. God, imagine an actual working New Vegas multiplayer mod. Yeah, God, it would be so good to have an actual working... What the fuck? Oh, right, because Boone's not with me. I was about to say, why is he not being highlighted? And who are... Okay, yeah, those are also Legion. Let's put my scope back on. And so Pagan explained his settlement until it became too much of a pain to handle, so he burnt earth most of it. No, I like my settlement. Robin, go see him now on MK? Please, he need money. What? Or Mooney? I don't know what you're talking about. After seeing all the Pokemon leaks, maybe the Lopunny Joker thing isn't that bad anymore. I mean, yeah, I guess in comparison it's not that bad, but still. You know, we still never went up to, Jacobstown. I don't think we've actually talked to Marcus or done any of the missions up there. After Old World Blues, I'll do more regular quests like that. I'm sorry, what Pokemon leaks? Oh boy. Typhlosion Party. Oof. Surprise, I have returned. Bagon. Hi, Zanny. Typhlosion, now T. Diddy. Oh my god. Yep. The weird sloth Pokemon and also fucking Typhlosion are just now fucking you know, they have some allegations now, to put it lightly. You're joking, right? No. So apparently there were some leaks regarding like Pokemon lore, and I didn't go through all of them, but there was a lot of human on Pokemon sex stuff, and two of which were Pokemon raping women and having children with them. And, yeah, it was pretty fucked up. Whatever, you deal with it. Like, apparently Typhlosion fucking grooms a child into staying with it in the woods and gets her pregnant. And the other one is the like weird sloth Pokemon rapes a woman by a lake. They gang rape her, and she ends up having like a sloth child that some random teenagers end up killing, stabbing to death for fun. And she runs into the when she finds out, she runs into the woods and drowns herself. I heard the stories they wrote were supposed to be referencing old folklore stuff, but I don't know for sure. That's what I've heard too. Is apparently it's like their references to older folklore and like Japanese folklore and stuff like that. So, but still, it's pretty fucked up. Then she becomes a ghost Pokemon. I don't remember that part. I honestly can't tell if you're trolling or not. Like, that could honestly be a thing. So. Yeah, the one story with the sloth Pokemon and Lake was supposed to be a Pokemon version of the original Sign or something like that. Ghost Pokemon in general are fucked. Yeah. A version of the original Sin. Okay, you meant to say Sin. Yeah, I could see that. I could definitely see that. Yeah, God, it's so fucked up.
Those robots on the strip, the security droids or what have you, well, they've been acting different or something.
Howdy.
God, just the fact that Pokemon can apparently have children with humans, and like they can come out like either as a human child or even a Pokemon child from a human mother. It's like, Jesus, that is fucked up. Imagine if this stuff with the Pokemon, or with Pokemon, came out during the whole Christian crusade against it. Yeah, oh boy. Now, to be fair, human and Pokemon relationships existed back in the day. What? What the fuck? I mean, I don't know. Gardevoir is kinda... Okay, well... I meant more of, like, the animal type Pokemon, where it's like, what the fuck? Gardevoir is basically just a human woman with a weird face, basically, and weird legs. But, like... I don't know. Like, a Typhlosion? A sloth? I don't know. That's fucking weird, man. Like in Gen 2. Yeah, you gotta understand, I'm not a Pokemon fan. I don't know anything about certain things with Pokemon, but yeah, if that's the case, that's fucking weird. Gen 4's library has a book that talks about how humans and Pokemon getting married. Oh my god, what the fuck? Were they at least with, like, you know, humanish type Pokemon, or was it literally just my Vaporeon definitely consents to all the things I do to it, sort of thing? I haven't looked too deep into these leaks, but are the girls in the story supposed to be adults or kids? Like, if it's one is bad and if it's the other is worse. I think the one with the sloths is an adult woman, but it's implied, or at least, yeah, or at least implied with the Typhlosion one that it was a young girl, so potentially a minor. Because she specifically talks about looking for her dad and stuff like that, and how she's lost, and she stays with the Typhlosion because it gives her berries and stuff like that, and which actually ends up being a rape drug because it makes her fall asleep constantly, and the Typhlosion has sex with her while she's asleep, and he just keeps her like day after day after day, just constantly drugging her and then raping her until she has a kid. Like, literally, she wakes up and has a kid. Like, she just has a kid without even realizing she had one because she's being knocked out so much by the berries. So, yeah, it is implied that it was a minor. In the black and white games, there's a test you have to do to fight a gym leader, and you had to read books, and in one of the books, it's human and Pokemon get married, or got married. Oh, what the fuck?
I've heard we're getting strong reinforcements to help us civilize the territories.
Nah, fuck that. Vaporeon stings. Umbreon is best. It meant all Pokemon, saying there was no difference between them. Jesus Christ. Okay, Pagan, real question. Which Pokemon would you... Oh my god. God, I don't know. I'm not a big Pokemon person, so I don't even know a lot of the Pokemons. Like, I know a lot of, like, Gen 1, maybe Gen 2 Pokemon, and none of them are really anything I'd... I mean, I guess Gardevoir. I know of that one, at least, and it at least looks human. So, maybe Gardevoir. I mean, you would with the MLP characters, wouldn't you? Yeah, but they can talk. That's completely... It's not the same. It's like, if you can show me a Pokemon that can outright, like, speak to you, like, actually talk, and has, like, the same mental capacity as a human and can speak, it's like, okay, that's different. Like, that's probably the one I would pick. And the ponies in Gen 4 can absolutely do that. They speak. They, you know, they're basically just people, but in a pony's body, and it's like, yeah, and they're, you know, they're different. And they don't look like real horses. They look like something else. So that detaches them enough for me where it's like, yeah, it doesn't look like an actual horse. It looks like something else. It almost looks like an alien more.
Someone finally put down that sick
And they speak perfect English.
They say the Legion's bringing in veterans.
Pagan would pick Machop.
They must be getting ready to attack.
Sapience makes a huge difference. Yeah, it does. Meowth? Oh god, no, definitely not Meowth. Fuck that thing. I hate Meowth. What about Zoroark or Mr. Mime? Definitely not Mr. Mime. I don't know anything about Zoroark. I think I know what they look like, I think. Isn't Zoroark the weird, like, dog thing? It's like a dark gray with, like a weird ponytail thing for hair. Stands on two legs, kind of like a weird werewolf type thing. Can that thing even speak? Mewtwo can speak? That's more of a telepathy thing, but I guess I would count that, yeah. Probably not, though. Mewtwo does not. No. I would not with Mewtwo. Or Mew. So Meow from Team Rocket is the one you'll pick? Fuck no. The ponies are Xenos, basically. Hello, Governor. Hello. The Codex Astartes does not approve of bronies. Well, we don't accept the Codex around here. Zoroark can transform itself. In the movie, it talks. What do you mean by it can transform itself? Into what? What can it transform itself from and into? Mewtwo doesn't need consent as seen in its movie. Oh god. If the ponies are heresy, then a heretic am I? Exactly. Alright, did the fucking sandstorm go away yet? Yes. Oh shit. Are we good? I can't tell if that's friendly or not. God, this is one of the problems with not having Boone. It's hard to tell who and who isn't an enemy at range. That is definitely not a friendly. Yeah, I was right. Did you have a bazooka? You did. Okay, well, I'm not going to take the missiles because they're going to be too heavy. Who are you? Okay, you're friendlies. Hey, Pagan, what is your opinion on Loose? It's whatever. I don't really care. It's literally just an anime character for fucking Christians. And it's pretty, like, what's the word? Inoffensive, I guess you would say. Like, it's literally just some, like, chibi girl in a raincoat and a stick in her hand. And a cross around her neck, and it's like, yeah, that's whatever. Who cares? It's literally the kind of mascot you would see on, like, a fucking... like a random product or something, like fucking paper towels or something. It's just like a very corporate, inoffensive character, so it literally doesn't mean anything to me. I don't even know why people are even bothering to give it the time of day, or why people are freaking out about it or anything. It's literally... It's basically just a fucking... brand mascot, like you would see in any fucking... like on any commercial involving any kind of brand or something. And it's like, yeah, who fucking cares? I don't know. If it had a more distinct design, maybe something that wasn't just so blatantly inoffensive, I would give a shit and talk about it more. But as it is, it's like, yeah, what is there to even talk about? It's literally just a cute girl. Like, cute chibi fucking anime-esque character that looks like a fucking... yeah, I don't know, like a brand product fucking mascot, or like a character from a cartoon for kids ages like 2 to 4. You know, it's like whatever. Latios and Latias, or at least one of them, can transform into humans. From the one movie I watched. Okay. That's better, I guess. Latios and Latias. Those are the fucking blue and red things that kind of look like airplanes, right? I really don't like how those things look in their Pokemon form, if I'm being honest. I don't like how they look at all. A little Animu shepherd girl? Yeah, it's literally just a... It's just a mascot. It's just a little, cute little mascot. That's all it is. I found out about Luce earlier today, and I expect to forget about her in about a week. Yeah. Yeah, that's about how I am. Me like she's adorable. Yeah, I mean, I don't have any issues with her or anything. I also just don't really care that much either, though. Like, there's nothing for me to really, like, find all that interesting about it. It's literally just, like, the most inoffensive fucking thing you could possibly have gone with. And it's like, yeah, okay. Makes sense for a Christian mascot. I don't care. It's whatever. Wait, that means we have Gadusi? No. Pagan, did you know the Pokemon Salazzle uses pheromones to seduce both male Pokemon and humans to be their love slaves? Yeah, I've heard about that. Because I remember people comparing Lavander from Pal World to Salazzle. And yeah, they were very similar in that regard. They look even more like Jets in their mega form. Oh my god. I am easily swayed. Latios and Latias reminds me of the South Park Chin Pokemon episode. Oh, right. Yeah, I remember that now. One of the Chin Pokemon was literally a shoe. Lavander's PAL number is 69. They knew exactly what they were doing. Yeah. Yeah, they definitely did. Okay, you're dead. How are we on 12 gauge? Pretty good. You know, I never really noticed that before. When I check the tube, the shell doesn't actually look like a shell. It looks like an oversized bullet casing, like a brass bullet casing, which is really weird. And it doesn't look yellow enough to be a hold on. It doesn't look yellow enough to be a 20 gauge shell either. Yeah, that's weird. Yeah, it just looks like a big bullet. I don't like that. Oh my god, yeah, I think those are just bullets. I think those are just straight up bullet casings. What the fuck? Why? Oh god, I'm gonna have to restart my game again. It is lagging so bad. Yeah, no, I can't deal with this. I gotta restart my game again. This is canon, by the way. There is a club in the Pokemon world made up of women who are obsessed with Machamp. They take pictures and have meetings talking about how much they love Machamp. Which one is Machamp? Machamp. Is that the one that looks like a boxer or something? Like the weird brown thing that has like a really round head. And it looks like it has like vacuum tubes for arms. And it's like a boxer or something. The forearms like Pokemon. Oh, the one that looks like a ripped fucking Squirtle. With the forearms and stuff. Oh. Ugh. Ugh. The bodybuilding one in underwear. Oh. Yeah. Jesus Christ. Weird brown thing. You can't call them that anymore. Watch me.
Still making a nuisance of yourself? Take a look.
There's no laws against the Pokemon. I can do whatever I want with it. I can say whatever I want about it. Oh my god, I have 66 water on me. I should probably put some of that away.
Give me a shout if you need anything else.
When we go through Novak, I'll put a good majority of that water in the fridge. I just think of the Rip Diglett meme.
Aha! Well, that's the end of that.
Oh god, the Pokemon Drifloon, which is just a balloon. I think I know where you're gonna go with this without even reading the rest of it. That's the one that kidnaps kids, right? It like flies away with them or something. Ooh, Tinkernet, nah. is just a balloon with a lure and kidnaps children except for fat ones. Again, this is canon information. Yeah, I knew that one was canon. I've heard about Drifloon. I also know about, what is it? There's the psychic one. I can't remember what it's called. That also abducts, like, children and shit like that and steals them. Then there's, what is it? Marowak, I think it's called. The one with the skull on its head. Apparently it's the skull of its mother. So, basically, whenever one of them is born, the mother dies and they, like, grow into the fucking... into their mother's skull. And then they keep it. And it's like, what the fuck? I was about to say, then it drops them into a volcano, but I remember that's a meme where balloons take kids to be sacrificed to a volcano god and to pick up a wheelchair kid. Bruh. Whoa. What the fuck? Guys, I think there might be something wrong with my game. What do you think? What the fuck?
We put our trust in
Hold
him.
on. Is it safe to walk over here? Oh my god, I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't like this. What is happening? Oh god! I think it's time for another save and reload because that's not right. No, that's perfectly normal. Uh-huh. Dark Souls Crystal Cave be like. It just looks like any other 3D Fallout game to me. The Matrix is breaking quick. Pull Pagan back in before he wakes up. I'm free. Alright, is it safe to look around? Okay, yeah, I think that fixed it. Jesus. That was really bad. Oh, you're not friendly. You're just a random fiend. Okay. Did not know that. Ow. He crippled my leg. You bitch. If you could wait, like, just a little bit while I fix myself up, that'd be great. Thank you. God, you did that much damage with just a fucking cowboy repeater? What the fuck? Oh, shit, I'm out of ammo. Actually, how's my armor doing? Is that why I'm taking so much damage? No. My gloves could stand to be repaired a little bit, but... yeah, no, everything is still pretty good. Jeez. Okay, yeah. I mean, I am only doing... yeah, it is only 16 damage threshold. That's not much at all. But still, goddamn. I still feel like that was a lot of damage for just a cowboy repeater. In the leg, too. That's the thing. He crippled my leg when he shot me. And that almost killed me. You can't say that word, Pagan. It's differently abled my leg. Oh, yes. I'm sorry. Now the government's gonna come for me. This could use a repair as well. I don't think they had anything I could repair my thing with, did they? Otherwise, I'll need to buy a weapon repair kit. Let's see. Maybe this? What did you have again? Right. I don't think that'll work. Yeah, no, I don't think that'll work. No. Okay. So that won't fix it. Oh, shit. There's a Securitron over here fucking... just deleting stuff, okay. sounds like there's shots coming from behind me, but I don't see anything. Ooh, that can definitely repair this. Nice. We're good now. That is a fiend.
Whoa!
I can't actually tell. Okay, yeah, that is a fiend. Where'd the other one go? Alright, let's go drop off this water. If you had to choose, which would you rather be in the Fallout Wasteland? A ghoul, a super mutant, or a synth? Gen 2 like Nick. I don't know. I don't think I'd want to be a machine because you wouldn't be able to taste or smell or experience like any kind of physical sensation. So that would just fucking suck. I guess I would want to be... Well, I don't know. Probably a super mutant. Super mutant would probably be the best one. Because they can still retain their intelligence and they don't really seem to like... They don't really have that many negative withdrawals other than the fact that they can't reproduce, and it's like, I can live with it not being able to reproduce. You know. So yeah, probably a super mutant, and you know, there's at least places that will accept super mutants, so yeah, I feel like that would probably be the best option.
Welcome back. Can I get you anything?
Let's see. Did I pick up anything I can sell to you before I go back in my... we'll buy a doctor's bag and a... Do you have any weapon repair kits? No. Alright, well, we'll just buy that then. Doesn't Nick taste? I mean, how would he even taste? He shouldn't even need to eat. Make Jamestown great again. It's Jacob's town. Dang, took a nap and he is still going. Yep. The muties are not sending their best. Alright, let's put the water in here. because I have way too much of it to take with me. Yeah, we don't need that many. That's good enough. I am gonna have to get something to eat soon, though. I'm getting pretty hungry. I don't know if I'll end the stream for that or not, but I definitely will be going to get something to eat.
Hey. Hello.
And, okay, you're just rangers. We keep going.
From here on out, we fight for Chief Hanlon.
We won't go quietly. The Legion can count on that.
I kind of wish there was like a hotkey to make my character do some of these animations. I'd love to be able to do that with my gun. Okay, I actually don't really like that shotgun on my backpack like that. I'd take it off. Can I not take it off? Hold on. There we go. Oh. Okay, don't do that. Do not do that. Okay, what about the flare gun? Will that be okay on there? Yeah, you can barely even see it. Yeah,
we won't go quietly. The Legion can count on that.
Oh, I can't do the zoom in thing in third person though. Oof. Alright, I'll just have to live with it. I'm gonna play in third person for a bit. Whoa. Jeez, I read the chat for 5 seconds thinking I'm safe and I get fucking... I start getting shot at. I don't need any more purified water. I'm not even gonna pick that up. Oh, someone's shooting at me. I think.
Must have been nothing.
Yep. Oh shit. Fuck you.
Press on.
Take that. God, you got a bunch of stuff. Let's see. Marksman, carbine, silencer. Yeah, I kind of want that. Give me. And then repair. Nice. Healing powder. Okay, what did you have? Ooh, some ammo for my Ranger Sequoia. I'll take that. I'll take that. I wish I could use the dodge roll feature, but if I remember correctly, there was an issue with it. Although I can test it again. Hold on. Oh shit, I gotta refresh my damn thing again. It died right as I went to do that. YouTube, why must you suck so bad? I might have to go tell the kids to go talk somewhere else. They're right outside my room being very loud. It's also pretty late. They should be going to bed. They have to go to school tomorrow. Oh my god, YouTube. Load. For fuck's sake. Jesus. God, I hate YouTube. YouTube, why mustn't I suck? I don't know, maybe because you're like a fucking multi-million-dollar fucking industry and you should fucking have better standards and not be so fucking shit just in general. Hold on, I gotta fix this. There we go. Alright, actually I need to go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. Alright, I had to make all the kids go to sleep as well because they were trying to stay up, and they're not supposed to do that. They have to get up early tomorrow. And then I also opened up a can of that tuna in oil and squeezed all the oil out of it and strained it. So, yeah, so now I've got something to snack on at least. At least till I can get something better later. Oh, I see you guys are talking about Fallout 4. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty screwed up that they basically have the technology to 3D print a human being with actual, like, living tissue and blood. But they can't cure cancer. It's like you could 3D print a human being, well, a synth, but with actual fucking, like, biological parts in a matter of seconds, but you can't fix fucking whatever cancer he has. Why? Especially since he's, like, supposed to be pure and everything. Like, that's why they take him, is because he's like a, you know, he has no radiation, even though he should, because the fucking bomb dropping at the start of the game should have absolutely gave him a big dose of radiation. But he's supposed to be pure and, like, unirradiated, which is why he was so sought after. But then he just gets, like, mega cancer out of nowhere. Like, why? How does he get mega cancer? Because he even says, like, it's not normal cancer. He says that it's like a very aggressive, fast spreading cancer that they just can't do anything about. And it's like, Jesus, so it's not even normal cancer. It's like, it's fucking mega cancer. And it's like, how the fuck did he get that? No, you can't cure cancer. We don't have a genuine cure for it. We can just remove the tumors and, you know, the stuff where we can actually see where it's growing. And we can remove that. As long as we don't wait too long to where it gets to the point where it's just too big to remove. Caesar has a tumor. Yeah, but Caesar has been exposed to, you know, all kinds of radiation and shit all throughout the wasteland. Like, he was a followers of the apocalypse, and, you know, he roamed around the wasteland with Joshua. And even before that, you know, it's like, yeah, when he was a kid, like, he didn't grow up in a cushy vault or anything. They were wastelanders. They have access to, well, access. They have, they are exposed, I should say. They are exposed to background radiation and all kinds of other shit that would ultimately most likely cause cancer. just say his body is falling apart from all the science experiments he went through. Honestly, that would be a more viable like explanation that I would accept more. Although I would then question why he would be so accepting of the Institute when they basically fucking like tortured him and fucked up his life and made it so that his body is shutting down. I'd be a little bit more like, you don't see that as a bit of an issue where they basically took your childhood away and then performed horrible experiments on you that actually are causing you to die now. I would question how he could be so loyal to them at that point. So either way, it would still have an issue attached to it. Alright, let's see if I can get sprinting and rolls. Combat rolls enabled. Alright, so does this have the issue where if I just try to sprint, my character just rolls constantly? Oh, he's trying to, which is a problem. Yeah, it's fucking up. Yeah, when I try to run forward, he just does like this weird twitchy thing where he's trying to roll for some reason. Yeah, that's a bit of an issue. Oh god, it's a little janky too with the better like running animations and stuff. It just looks weird. Yeah, I'm not really a big fan of that. I'm just gonna turn that back off. There we go. Yeah, see, now he's not doing that weird twitch anymore. Oh shit. Damn, I didn't even fucking see them. What? Oh, that was him screaming again. God, I hate that. I really wish I could fix their fucking talking after death. I hate that shit. I wish I knew what was causing that.
Evening.
You know, it is weird that even after we notify multiple people about Ranger Station Charlie getting wiped out, it never gets remanned by, Oh, hold on. There's an NCR trooper.
What do you need?
Okay, no, she might just be random. I don't think she's actually, like, filling in this place. Yeah, like, this never gets cleaned up. It never gets, remanned or restationed or anything. It's kind of weird that they just abandon it. I am now sick with minor starvation. Very cool. Oh, I'm gonna save that for when I'm really hungry. I don't know, she's still here. Okay, so I guess... Well, I'm sure this is part of a mod, so... I'm talking more about the base game. But still. Yeah, the fact that this place just doesn't get restationed with new people after you tell multiple people about Ranger Station Charlie getting wiped out is a little weird. Like, you would think that when you come back here after you tell them, there would be, like, actual rangers, like desert rangers and stuff stationed here now, rather than just like the like troopers and what is it, the casual wear rangers. Like there would actually be black armor and desert rangers in there. Oh.
Well, that's the end of that.
Did that say assassin? No. Okay. This is the same NCR that can't recover a dead body from 3 fiends. True. True. The fuck? That was a really loud reload sound. What the hell? Why could I hear that from all the way over here? Someone died up here. Uh-oh. I think that might be a Brotherhood person. Yeah, it is. Oof.
Hey.
Does my ranger helmet need repairs? Slightly. God, I'd like to take this, but it's... You know what? I'll take it anyway. And then I'll take your recon armor. Alright, so this is faction armor, but since we're going to Old World Blues anyway, it might not be as big of a deal there. Okay, I don't think this counts as faction armor. No, it doesn't. Okay. How do I look in this? Nah, I don't really like how that looks. I'll just use that to repair this. And then we'll repair that. There we go. Now, I can't help but notice
Rifles can do to a death claw?
they didn't have their PKM that they had before. Did someone take it? Did one of you take that PK? Oh, you did. You bitch, I was gonna take that for myself.
From here on out, we fight for cheap.
I thought he was dead. Oh, there was two of them, that's why. I did kill him. He just had a friend. Oh, no, that is definitely an enemy. Time to kite some legionaries. Do it. Kill him. He had a spare. No. Ow! He shot me in the head. Oh my god. You got me killed. You made me look at chat and die. That's your fault. I blame you. Oh my god, we're back here. Fuck. Mortis. Good. Ain't the first time you got shot in the head. No, but it is the first time I actually got my head crippled.
Keep fighting!
He says as he dies. Keep fighting. You know, if you did Old World Blues, your head wouldn't get crippled. Well, that's what we're going to do right now. Differently abled in the head. Along with your torso, yeah. Okay, we killed one.
They say the Legion's bringing in veterans from out in Arizona.
How the hell did those grenades do nothing? Fuck you. Wasn't Fallout 3 the only game that didn't really have living trees? Because I know there was definitely some in Fallout 2, and I know they added them back in, well, maybe Fallout 4. I don't know if Fallout 4 has any living trees. Yeah, I kind of forgot about that. Ugh. Yeah. Hate. Harold is living. Yeah, but that's like a special case. I'm talking about just like in general where Like, trees are just growing in the wasteland, which I know Fallout 2 has that. And New Vegas does, just not to this extent, but it does have living trees. So I know Fallout 2 and New Vegas do. I don't know if Fallout 1 did. I feel like it did, but I don't remember. And then you have 3 and 4, which don't. But then you have 76, which does. New Vegas, the one game that shouldn't have living trees? Why shouldn't they have living trees? I feel like out of all of the places that should have living trees, New Vegas would have living trees because it didn't get bombed as much as some of the other areas because of Mr. House. Not counting Oasis, are there living trees in Point Lookout? No, they're all dead. Yeah, they just had like the punga fruit and stuff like that. They didn't have living trees. After a nuclear apocalypse, though, in a desert, but the desert, Nevada has trees. Nevada has lots of trees. They're just desert trees. And yes, even after a nuclear apocalypse, there would be trees. Especially in a place where the bombs didn't even drop that much. Like, there was enough to cause damage and stuff like that, but it wasn't totally wiped out like in Washington and stuff like that. Mr. House actually intercepted most of the warheads. So it actually makes the most sense that there would still be trees in Nevada. Does Oasis in Fallout 3 count? No, because that's a special case. They said the acid rain killed all the plant life. Well, that doesn't make sense because... Well, hold on. Are we talking about Bethesda saying that? Or are we talking about the original creators? Because if it was the original creators, that doesn't make sense because Fallout 2 has living trees. When you first load into the game and you're in your little tribal village, there's living trees all over the place. But Pagan, at the start of Fallout 4, the trees are alive. Do the NPCs count? Most of them are vegetables. No more plant life equals no more animal life equals dead world, game over. Yeah, exactly. Like, there would have to be... Like, obviously there's crops and stuff that they're growing and stuff like that. I get that. But I'm pretty sure there's trees. Like, what I'm trying to get at is it's confounding that Bethesda just arbitrarily decided that trees are all dead. Like, oh, there's still crops and other plant life, apparently, but not wild plants. You know, it doesn't make any sense where they're just like, oh, yeah, trees, never seen a living one before. And it's a special case that Oasis even exists. And it's like, why? Like, why would you arbitrarily decide this? Especially when all it does is hurt your world. Because then that implies that there's no plant life living at all. So where are all of the animals getting their food from? And how are people sustaining themselves off of anything at that point? It just doesn't make sense. Like, Fallout 2 showed that there was living trees. Like, again, I don't remember if Fallout 1 had many living trees. It probably did. I just don't remember them. But I definitely know Fallout 2 did. They have scrubland, grasses. That's pretty much it. Trees does not equal all plant life. Yes, I'm aware. But you can't go from one game that's earlier in the series where there is trees and then later in the series say there's no trees. That doesn't make sense. That's a problem. And also, as I said before, you know, Fallout 3 does have that problem of there's no living plant life anywhere. It's not just the trees, it's all the plant life. There's not a single instance of living plants in the wasteland other than stuff like punga fruit. Those are the only things that we are shown that are actually growing that can actually sustain people. And those are only growing in Point Lookout. They're not even growing in the rest of the wasteland. So that makes no sense. Nothing should be alive in the wasteland if that was the case. There should be no people. There should be no animals. There should be nothing. Whereas in New Vegas and Fallout 2, we are clearly shown that there is still plant life. There are still living bushes. There are still living trees. But then you have Fallout 76 and you can nuke everything and it's just fine. Yeah, exactly. Well, they wanted it to look like Mad Max for Fallout 3. And again, that would be fine if it was set earlier in the timeline where stuff hadn't had a chance to regrow yet. So it's like, yeah, all of the... if it was just like weeks or months after the bombs fell, it would be like, okay, or even just a few years after the bombs fell, it'd be like, okay, yeah, there's, you know, everything is still burnt, everything is still a husk. Any crops they're growing would have to be like domesticated. They'd have to be like in their bases where they're being tended to, stuff like that. Most of the wildlife would have died out. Stuff like that. And it's like, okay, to an extent it would make more sense if it was like that, but we're talking 200 years after it and everything is still dead, but there's still somehow animal and mutant wildlife as well as people, and it's like, how? That doesn't make any sense. And even then, even if they did set it a few years after the bombs fell, it still wouldn't make sense how there's stuff like mole rats and mirelurks and other random things still alive on the surface. There's no food. What are they eating? Like, if everything is dead, if all plant life is gone and everything else is dead, then there should be no mutants. There should be no animals. There should be no wildlife. Which also would mean that there would be no people. All of that stuff would have to be domesticated. It would all stuff that would have to be like being taken care of and grown and bred in-house just to even have it exist. And the wasteland wouldn't be full of random mutants and animals at that point. But it is. So that just doesn't make any sense. There are no signs of intelligent life in Fallout 3 and 4. Well, it doesn't even have to be intelligent life. Just any life is a problem. Yes, Pagan, none of the Fallout's ecology makes sense. I don't expect it to. But it does. Fallout 2's makes sense. Fallout 3, or Fallout 1, I think, even makes sense. Fallout New Vegas's makes sense. It's just Fallout 3 and 4. Fallout 3 and 4 are the only ones that decided, hey, we're not going to have living plants. We're not going to have any way to sustain our world. And we're just going to do that for no other reason than, oh, we like the aesthetic. We like a dead wasteland where nothing could possibly live, but we're still going to have life in it anyway, because fuck you. Four has plants and crops. Yes, it does. It did. They did realize some of their mistake in Fallout 4. Although they still, for whatever reason, decided, we still don't want living trees. You can't have living trees. Don't know why. The only living trees we actually see are in the Institute, for some reason. And any other instance of plant life we see is crops that people are growing. And it's like, okay, at least it explains how people are surviving, but that still doesn't explain how there's animals. How are these animals getting enough food to sustain themselves when the majority of the crops and plants that you can eat are in settlements? And because there's no living trees or bushes, you know, the herbivores can't be eating those to sustain themselves. So therefore, there can't be any predators to feed on them. So the problem still exists, where it's like, yeah, there's crops now for people, which explains some level of like where they're getting food and stuff. But we never see that outside of settlements, and everything else is still dead. All of the bushes, the grass, the trees, all that stuff is still dead for some reason. Even though it doesn't make any sense for it to be. After 200 years, there would be new grass, there would be new bushes, there would be new trees. But Fallout 4 is just like, no, crops. All you get is domesticated crops, and they don't grow outside of settlements. Or if they do, it's very, very rare. But yet, we're still also going to have tons of mole rats, we're going to have tons of Brahmin, tons of rad stags, tons of other wild animals running around, even though there's nothing for them to eat. And it's like, yeah, that's still a problem. Maybe the acid rain hit the East Coast harder. Maybe. I mean, if they actually put that in the lore and maybe had it mentioned in game, that would help a little bit. But at the same time, they'd also have to get rid of most of their wildlife. Because if that was true, and the acid rain did hit them harder, there should be a lot less wildlife, and yet there's more wildlife. There's chickens, there's rabbits, there's cats, there's dogs, there's rad stags, there's all kinds of shit running around in fucking Fallout 4. It's crazy how much stuff there is, despite the fact that there's nothing to eat. The two-headed deer are obviously synths. You don't need oak trees to justify an ecosystem of herbivores eating lichen and moss. Okay? I'm not arguing that they need oak trees. I'm saying they need any living plant life whatsoever that isn't the very rare occasional stuff on the ground and nothing else. And I'm sorry, that's a cope argument because there is no lichen or fucking moss growing on shit in base Fallout 4. That only shows up in Far Harbor, and that's way far away from the rest of the base game. So no trees is fine? No, it's not fine. That's the problem. The fact that there's no living plant life is a problem. The problem is none of this was explained or shown in game, so you end up having to headcanon it. Yeah, exactly. You have to pretend. You have to do the writing for the writers and say, well, there's animals around, so therefore there has to be plant life, because otherwise they would be dead. And it's like, okay, but we're never shown that at all. The only thing we're shown is that there are domesticated crops being grown in settlements. And it's like, okay, I'm sorry, that's not enough to explain where all of the animals are coming from, though. They would all be dead. Because if the animals were eating the settlement crops, then the settlements wouldn't have enough food to sustain themselves. So either people would go extinct or animals would go extinct. It'd have to be one or the other. Yet they want to have both, and it doesn't work. Maybe kelp? You know, that actually would have been an interesting idea if everything else was dead and the only thing that they had was, like, you know, the random crops that they grow in their settlements, which, you know, they're probably keeping the seeds and everything, which is how they even have them. But if they had, like, mentioned that they have like a system in place where if there was more like what is it, like ocean towns and stuff like that, where there's farms and stuff all along the coast where they're farming kelp and stuff like that, because that's actually something that survived the radiation and everything, then, you know, it's like, okay, yeah, they grow and harvest kelp, and, you know, well, assuming that they actually have a proper, you know, a supply chain where they could get it to other settlements and stuff. It's like, okay, yeah, that could actually be a somewhat decent explanation of where they get at least some of their food from, like an additional part of their food. And then that could also explain, like, marine life and stuff like that, like why there's mirelurks, why there's you know, just other kinds of marine type animals. That could make sense. But then all of the animals would be around, like, water. They would be near the ocean. They wouldn't be inland. So you would never see things like rad stags or mole rats or anything like that deep into the main area of the game. They'd all be around on the coasts and stuff like that. But we don't get that. Again, that's more headcanon. In fact, we're never shown anything eating the kelp. And it's never mentioned that it's grown or eaten by the people either, so... But yeah, that would have been an interesting thing if they had done that, but of course they can't think to... You know, like, they can't think of anything. They just don't care. They don't have enough creativity to even conceive of ideas like that. Yeah, that would have been an interesting idea. Too bad they didn't fucking do it. The world of Fallout would be so much better with another studio, but Bethesda is lazy and shit. Yeah. Yep. It fucking sucks. Who needs plants when you have Nuka-Cola? In fact, let's make a Nuka-Cola theme park like Disneyland in our world. Kelp farming would be a booming industry if ocean fauna died. Yeah, exactly. It's an untapped resource right there that Fallout 4 has that they could have done something with, and nothing is done with it. Not a single thing. Not a single mention of anything having to do with the ocean or any kind of, like, marine biology other than mirelurks, and that doesn't make sense because the mirelurks also live in areas where there is no kelp, and it's like, okay, well, what are they eating? This tangent is starting to deal psychic damage. Please play Old World Blues. Okay, fine. Wow, you still streaming? Yes, I am. Alright, yeah, let's, oh, wait, yeah, we have to wait till, like, 12, I think it is. Hold on, I think we can sleep over here somewhere. Or, okay, we'll just have to go over here and sleep. I think we have to sleep till like 11 or something. Oh boy, a bloody mattress to sleep on. To the old people home. Alright, 11:35, that should be good enough. Yeah.
In the years before the Great War, Big Mountain had been the home to the brightest minds of the 21st century. Scientists of vision were drawn to the facility to tackle the greatest technological challenges of the era. They sought to create a new world, fueled by technology for the benefit of all mankind. Sonic emitters, space-age alloys, DNA hybridization, force field particle research, autodoc advances in cranial, cardiac, and trauma surgery. The hopes and dreams of a century became realities in the electronic forges of Big Mountain. The nucleus of this research was the Dome, a huge stone facility that held the labs of every science known to man. It was a think tank where no problem could not be solved, where no question could not be answered. The Great War brought a new energy to Big Mountain and its scientists. Although sheltered from the front lines, the scientists waged their own war, fighting their battles at the atomic level. Equations and calculations marched endlessly across chalkboards and computer terminals toward one solution: winning the war. For years, the minds and computers of Big Mountain were a blaze of trajectories, weapon schematics, and nuclear theories. The problems began to outpace the solutions, first geometrically, then exponentially. As the war escalated, so did the questions. On the night of October 23rd, 2077, the scientists received an answer that put all their questions to rest. In the aftermath, Big Mountain's silent experiments went to sleep, their creators slowly dying in the new world that had been left behind. And the great stone in the middle of the Big Empty lay untouched, filled with countless technological wonders. Wonders that, in the end, had been answers to the wrong question.
Okay. They left my other stuff on, but they took that off. Free. No. Alright, let's put our NCR stuff on. Drop that. It's time to intimidate the think tank with our penis fingers and toes. Alright, let's take some mentats just to be safe.
I thought I heard the pacification field kick in. All right, shh. Nobody move. I'll handle this. Be warned, intruder. You are in the presence of the mighty think tank of Big Mountain. The collective geniuses of... We... By Oppenheimer, which one of you self-professed geniuses has been adjusting my volume knob? Who was it? Was it you, 8? Oh, Dr. O, was it? Likely story. O couldn't spark 2 neurons if they were in a lattice of biomed gel.
What? Me? Breaking news, Klein. It wasn't me, all right? I'm the robotical engineer. 8 is sound waves. That's his specialty. You always do this. You always demean me in front of guests. And it's not O, all right? It's...
Enough! Either of you do it again, it'll be the last time. Now... Great. Now I forgot what I was saying. What was I talking about? Did it just say something? Anyone catch that? Boros, you work with animals. Translate. It's a lobotomite. Here, in the dome.
You bitch.
Oh, as if this situation couldn't get any worse. Now we've got lobotomites. Dalla, get the spray before it excretes all over everything.
You cunt.
Dr. Klein, if my hypothesis is correct, this lobotomite is the repository of the brain we sent the signal to, the skin envelope once containing it. If so, it's proof that there may indeed be something beyond the crater. Just look at it. The way it blinks. It's like a big, hairless teddy bear.
I know what it is, Dollar. I want to know why it's down here. With its limbs all over everything. And are those penises I see wriggling on its feet? Disgusting.
I believe those are toes, Dr. Klein. Little teddy bear toes. Penises are much larger than those tiny extremities. Not that I would know.
I don't recall the human penis ever being that large.
It depends on one's own frame of reference, Dr. O. Look at its little nose with its 2 orifices for ingesting oxygen.
Noses? By the great static. These lobotomites confound me with their sheer number of useless extremities.
I like how she basically just said he has a tiny penis. Peen feet. Lobotom mouse. They're respecting our intellect more than Bethesda does. He has a tiny wiener. Sure, we'll do this.
Now it's holding up an array of fully erect hand penises. If it tries to insert them, activate vivisectors.
Dr. Klein, wait. I don't believe those gestures were random. Random at all. It's been following our conversation. The lobotomite understands us.
I agree with Boros's histrionic findings. This little lobotomite is unusually attentive for something whose brain has been extracted.
Nonsense! Lobotomites can't comprehend us.
8, have you been in the mentats again? If we slow down our oral processoreceptors to understand this excretion, we'll all be rendered ignorant.
All of you, power down, shut up, and let me prove once and for all how wrong you all are. As usual. Lobotomite, do you understand me? Can you speak?
Yeah, we'll just go with this.
Those were words, weren't they? In the form of questions. It's asking me questions. Is this some kind of trick? Our efforts have turned against us. In playing God, we created a monster.
Perhaps as we were ruthlessly lobotomizing it with our cutters, we filled this skin envelope with awareness. A teddy bear with new stuffing.
Wait. If what you're theorizing is this lobotomite understands us, can reason with us,
then this may be just the answer we've been looking for. At last, a chance to... Dr. Klein, a transmission from the Forbidden Zone, coming right at us. It can only be...
If it isn't my old colleagues, the mighty think tank of Big Mountain. Big fools, all of you. It is I, Dr. Mobius, transmitting from my dome-shaped dome in the Forbidden Zone. A zone that is, yes, forbidden to you! Even now, my deadly robo-scorpions swarm across Big Mountain with their pincers and pointy laser tails. Soon, all science will be mine! Even the technology sealed in the Big Mountain research centers cannot save you. So cower in your think tank. Wait for the end. That's all. Goodbye.
Mobius. Always the same broadcast. He's clearly mad, driven insane by his flawed and imprecise kindergarten-level research methodology.
What are we going to do? There's no way we can breach the Forbidden Zone. There's those robot scorpions everywhere.
The Forbidden Zone, where no brain has ever entered, nor ever returned.
Except Dr. Mobius, and the technologies that could save us. They are out of our reach.
And Dr. Mobius mocks us. Did you see his cracked monitor? He's clearly let himself go.
What? Ask the lobotomite for help? 8, I think you need the fluid levels in your logic assist pumps checked.
If this lobotomite responded, Dr. Klein, then it is clearly intelligent, perhaps even displays heretofore unknown levels of helpfulness.
But what of its brain? We scooped that out. We don't even know where we left it. And for putting it back in, none of us have the knowledge.
Yes, but it's still aware and responsive. Look at it. It's regarding us even now, with its big teddy bear eyes. If we ask it politely, and leave the part about the unnecessary, ruthless lobotomizing out, it might be favorably disposed to us.
You're too fucking late, bitch! This is why I don't trust women! See, Fallout has always been wacky. See? The retard is being useful again. You can't have science as long as Dr. Fauci draws breath. Dr. Morbius. Actual writing and story, Bethesda would have had us go to a place and shot a thing by now. Yeah.
We removed your brain. Yes. So soft, barely wrinkled, yet so flush with knowledge and experience. Brain extraction technology has been standard practice at Big Mountain for an immeasurable amount of time.
Once the brain was out, then came the coils. The Tesla coils. The coils of Nikola Tesla.
Brainless perk. Your brain has been replaced with advanced technologies. Your head can no longer be crippled and is resistant to chem addiction by 25%. And shock from bodily damage plus 5% damage threshold minimum plus 1. Okay. She called me Smooth Brain. That fucking bitch. Oh my god, the Tesla Cybertruck. No!
Yeah, ain't no need to brag. Wherever your brain is, it's transmitting thoughts to you through the... The
Tesla coils in its head.
This is fortunate in many respects. If your brain was anywhere in the dome, why, you could access your aggression centers.
Circumventing the pacification field. This is a no-no. We have never been in a fight. We do not want that. Reminds me of my days in American High. And Richie Marcus.
I'm gonna say this one because it's funnier.
That is my responsibility. Although in truth, the autodoc had done most of the work already. Quite industrious, almost cut into all my investigations. Once it had removed the brain and I misplaced it, other organs began to cry for direction, using your nerves as telegraph wires. Rather than let them send their signals, I removed them as well. Shh, little organs. Go to sleep in your tanks. Dala loves you.
First was the heart.
Okay, Heartless perk. The scars on your chest seem to confirm what the think tank is saying. You cannot be poisoned, and filters in your artificial blood pump will regulate bleeding and healing, allowing all healing items, chems, to function at a higher level plus 25%. Robots are now confused by you and 50% less likely to score a critical hit. Oh, okay.
Oh, wait, I mean, second was the heart. Brain was first. Third was the spine.
Spineless. Due to complications with the procedure, your spine has been replaced as well. Your torso can no longer be crippled, and your strength and damage threshold have been increased by 1. Nice.
Spine. Totally overrated, that arrangement of vertebrae. Look at me, with my lumbar and thoracic curvature. Never had a use for any of that. Spineless is what I prefer.
To be correct, you should say, the autodoc took out your brain. It did all the heavy lifting. It has never worked so hard before. It was unusual. It worked so hard on your surgery, it destroyed its own memory. How odd. I bet your brain remembers what happened.
That Autodoc junk heap was one of Mobius's creations, like the rest of the talking scrap metal in the attic.
After that, the brain lost itself. Not in the metaphysical sense. Might have gotten flushed into one of the pipes. Actually, that's pretty likely.
If so, it was flushed all the way to Mobius. Floosh! That is the sound of flushing. By the Fisher of Rolando, enough of this biological surgery talk. Lobotomite, listen to my voice. It denominates me to ask, but we need your help. In most probable of probabilities, our enemy, Mobius, has your brain. This is not good. He will most likely come after our brains next. We want you to stop him, somehow, with science. Yes, it is our only chance, a desperate plan that came to us after Mobius's first broadcast. Maybe, just maybe, if we reclaim these buried technologies, we can put an end to Mobius and the horrors spawning from the Forbidden Zone. The plan is very complicated. We are still calculating how it would work if it succeeded. That is our part of the plan. Excellent. This is turning out much better than the activate the retreat protocols and cower in my room idea I had earlier.
Agreed. Oh, and I've used my robotical knowledge to, transmit the radio map waves to... Settle down, 8. I would have gotten it in a second, all right? 8's transmitted the last known coordinates of the research centers. They, well, move sometimes. Or get buried. Or blow up.
8 is correct. All we need are the schematics. This does not mean we do not want the cold, hard technology, however. So do not give in to your biological tired laziness and decide you would sweat too much carrying them. You have a new spine. Use it. And even if you die in the act of reclamation, simply reaching them will auto-transmitify the schematics to us. That is still good. For us. Nonsense. This place is no more dangerous than a nuclear detonation site. Our technology's no more lethal than an overcharged Tesla cannon. The technologies are the X2 transmitter antenna array, used to focus coherent thought at excessively high frequencies. The psychoanalytic, cardiac dampening, sneaky stealth suit. A suit like nothing this world has ever heard, seen, or could ever see.
And 8's sonic sound wave emitter projectile gun, able to broadcast sound at lethal frequencies. It also gives a great biogel massage.
There. We have informed you of all we need. We estimate if you are focused, your time investment will be minimal, by our standards. If you work quickly, you will be the recipient of a gesture of gratitude from us. We do not bestow these old-world gestures lightly. Our intentions exactly. The important thing is you rush quickly through this task so as not to waste our time. Do not get curious, or you will end up like the cat of Schrödinger.
We feared you would be tempted to explore Big Mountain Crater and examine the many amazing non-mandatory research labs that lie off your designated path. The many such optional explorations are discouraged. Work hurriedly as if you have blinders on, and leave curiosities and items of interest alone.
So many sciences and developments. Pass them by. Let impatience and the desire to simply finish, to end it all quickly and carelessly guide you.
Right you are, 8. In our test results, we'll make a note about how quickly you ran our maze. Nobel challenge. After all, there will be plenty of time afterward to partake of the experiments once our bidding is done.
Ah, that is correct. You must walk upon your many penised feet, much slower than our advanced hovering robotical frames.
The little teddy bear could always run right into the pylon perimeter on its thick, turgid feet, returning it to us quickly and directly.
The radar fence that surrounds the big mountain crater will protect you from straying beyond the facility. The mighty radar fence protects us all. Get too close to the blinking posts, and the proximity warning shall be your warning. You are too close.
If you get near it, your vision will blur as the electrodes in your head shut off one by one. Click, click, click. Possible memory loss will occur, along with long-term nerve degradation. It is tied to not having a brain attached to your nervous system. But the nerve degradation is nothing to worry about. Such degradation would take many lifespans to become evident, and all biology dies. Such tiny inconveniences are less than the greater convenience and conveyance. You see, if rendered unconscious by the pylons, you will be returned to the sink, seemingly instantaneously, by your deadened perceptions. Oh, Dr. Klein? Dr. Klein? If I may intersect for a moment.
What is it? The lobotomite is asking me things, and I'm trying to ignore them. My processors can't ignore you both at the same time.
Well, you know how we asked it to fetch the sonic emitter thing? Turns out we already have it. What are the odds?
What is this, a high school science fair? Get your act together. You're making us look like a collection of round earthers.
You're always yelling. My receptors can't take it anymore. And neither can my feelings.
I am yelling because you contaminated specimens can't keep your probes off the volume knob on my voice module.
I'm trying to ignore it. Wow, what a cunt.
It is truly the end of all intelligence when the lobotomite speaks more wisdom than you geniuses. So, if we have the sound wave, sonic projecto thing gun, then what in Heisenberg's name do we need from X8? Anyone?
I believe we need a new frequency embedded into the gun. It was designed to broadcast many sounds once charged. We just don't know the frequency.
And it is lost in X8, just as X8 is forever lost to us. The sadness of my high school days, the sadness of my youth lost.
Oh, really, Boros? All you did in high school was commie think tattletale and all the kids you hated, you little teacher's pet brown hound.
Give the lobotomite the emitter. Does it have an audio effect frequency loaded?
Oh, I don't think so. Wait.
What is he doing?
I think he's sonjaculating into the gun, getting it warmed up. Ding. Turkey's done.
You give it to the lobotomite. I'm not touching that thing.
Oh, I don't think so.
I'll do it if you two are going to be ashamed of your own technological needs. Let me give it a little sonic sterilization first. Ooh. material fresh. Here, my little teddy bear. I have thoroughly removed all Robco term-link code spew from the device. It is clean, shiny, and ready for your hands.
What did it say? Spit lead? What, like pencils?
Oh, I think it wants a combustion pistol.
A gun? Are you mad? We can't give it a gun. Guns kill. Leave big open holes in you that are like sores, but worse.
Dr. 8 is correct. We already have given the teddy bear a lethal sonic death ray, filled with his sonic ejaculate and sterilized by my soft oohing. Giving the teddy bear a gun would be the equivalent of following a glass of hemlock with an Abraxo chaser. Delicious and redundantly deadly.
If we're going to bring the Socratic method into it, fine. Give the Lobato bear a combustion gun. Burroughs, don't you have something like that? Are you mad? We can't give it a gun. Guns... Wait, I said that already. Yes, I have the Cyberdog gun, with the little floppy metal ears and the curious nose sensor. Here. Fine. Done. That gun makes me uncomfortable anyway. Always worried it's going to hump my chassis. Anything else, lobotomite? Fine. Boros, more ammo. The good stuff. Top shelf ammunition. Let's see. Hollow point? That's worthless, but tasty. Oh, and here's some JFP. As if bullets need jackets. The JFP might make it ill and poop a lot, but when you're hungry, you're hungry.
Careful where you're pointing that. That device wasn't always a weapon. It was more like a force field kind of thing. Once.
Force fields prevent us from moving, forward or backward. They are irritating.
The sonic emitter was specially designed to disable our own safety fields here in Big Mountain. When some of us lost our access passes, Dr. O.
That only happened once. And I know you were behind stealth fielding my lab keys, Dalla. You formographer.
Dr. O, you rewind that comment.
Plenty of rewinding already going on in your formography tapes. Surprised the things don't snap out of their cases with repeated observations.
JFP, that's great.
Yes. Maybe. Well, no, not currently.
Yeah, we lost that part of the schematics. Or Boros did, in one of his stupid labs. Or inside one of his stupid pets.
It is lost. All questions lead to this conclusion. The blue fields within Big Mountain shall be fielded with force. Forever. Fine, so, yes. Get these things for us. Do not attempt to comprehend their complicated schematics. That is for us to do. Well, good. What are the token words spoken in this case? Thank you? Yes. Thank you.
Wait, is it leaving? But, Dr. Klein, the lobotomite will need rest, recuperation, things like that. I volunteer my chambers, so it might be stared at. My monitor radar slowly scanning its form to collect sensitive data.
No, that would put it too close to us. It could press buttons, turn lights on and off, and worse, let other lobotomites in.
We could give it Mobius's old room. That's where its brain got scooped out anyway. And plus, some of its parts are already there. Might be more comforting for it to hang out with its spine and heart. Home is where the heart is, after all. See what I did there? Wet literal.
I suppose. We'll have to move that couch out of there. Been putting that off too long.
H says, let the lobotomite take the Sync Central Intelligence personality chip and reinstall it. That stuffy Mobius program butler can walk the lobotomite, feed it, barter with it for us.
It would also prevent it from going to Higgs Village and taking up residence there. With my teddy bears. And it would be nice to have it so close.
Your logic, combined with my desire to keep the think tank lobotomite free, has swayed me. Here, I present the Sync Central Intelligence. Lobotomite, take this chip to the sink, plug it in, and make sure the chip is clean, or it could skip. Then make whatever crude biologic demands you need of the sink. It will cater to most of your hormonal whims. I cannot dispute your logic. Do we have objects to activate the chip's exchange routines?
What, like stuff? Things?
Yes, things.
I don't know. Might be some old Nuka-Cola or Sunset Sarsaparilla bottle caps lying around. It's not currency per se. Still might be enough to trick the thing's trade routines. Mobius put that test line for caps in the code as a debug command, I think.
I don't believe that was Mobius's reason. His wild speculation concerning post-Holocaust economic systems was quite extensive and of high decibel.
Enough! Surrender these so-called bottle caps, Nuka and Sunset alike. In their role as things, they will serve as adequate test subjects.
All right, here, cap away. Hope that stupid chip chokes on them.
Again, your logic is unassailable in its simplistic need. Oh?
Fine. It's not going to help. That chip will probably refuse them anyway, as stuck up as it is.
Oh my god, I can just keep going. Give me more.
If I were not as intelligent as I am, I would feel as if perhaps I'm being tricked. Impossible. Oh, more.
Why don't you make the lobotomite a bottle cap factory, Klein? Or better yet, give it a ton of things to activate the chip.
Again, the logic of the request is clear. Tonnage is not needed, only adequate weight. Everyone, display your things.
I do not understand, yet I am intrigued by this potential display.
No, wait, you don't need to fill up the emitter again, really. Klein means things for trade. Display for trade. All right, let's consolidate. There's got to be some junk around here. Magazines, useless. More caps, medicinal supplies, useless. Here.
Are there other chips?
Are you echoing what he said, or are you asking for real?
He's asking, yes. Dr. Klein, there are many other personalities. If you recall, you hurled them off the sink balcony after your argument with Mobius.
It is not an argument if one is clearly right and the other is clearly wrong. I remember now. Yes, lobotomite. There are other chips. If you want, find them. I believe they're stored on holotapes in many of our facilities. But you should stay out of those. No exploring and discovering things. The Sync Central Intelligence should be enough for your needs. Yes, you may need to wiggle it in a bit, but don't force it. We can't recode them if you break it. There is no more we can do to aid you, and our patience levels are depleted. Now go. Rest in the sink if you must, but leave us to our research.
If you're done, can we move again? My biogel's starting to crampagulate.
Of course! Go man your science stations! Go! I am surrounded by children.
God, this fucking DLC, man. Oh my god. That took so long. My quick save feature doesn't even tell me if it's quick saving anymore. Oh, right, the Malorian. I forgot that I put it here. Nice. Where's the other one? I put 2. Oh, no, wait, it only has 1. Right. Oh, wait, that means I should have brought the fucking other ammo. Fuck. I fucked up. Oh, right, I can't pull out guns in the think tank itself. Okay, I don't really need any of this. I need 12.7. I should have brought it. I didn't think about it. Fuck. I fucked up. Alright, hold on. I can break stuff down. And maybe make enough to, just buy the ammo? Yeah, that's... I'll do that, but it probably won't have a lot, so I'll probably need to make some as well. Don't mind me just looting your rooms. You don't need this shit anyway. Bag, purified water. God, there's like nothing in this one. Oh god, this is Dala's room. Disgusting whore. Can I use this? Yes, I can. Mentats? Alright, let's go back to the think tank. Or the sink, I mean. Hey, we got this dumb thing. Oh, it fires 357? Oh. I thought it fired 5mm. Interesting. Okay. Jar, lead, primer, shells. Alright, let's... How much can we make 3. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. Okay, let's break down the 22. Let's break down the 44 and the 45. 10 mil. .20 gauge. I probably don't need the 5.56 either, so yeah, we'll break that down. 9 mil. Yeah, I don't really need that. Alright, and that gets us 42. That's not bad. Maybe we can buy the rest.
Salutations and felicitations, sir, and a most jocund welcome to the sink. I am your electronic valet and household central processor. May I be of service, sir?
Damn, Pagan is still stealing even after the 90 barter option. I'll take everything that isn't nailed down. Is there a mod that makes the sink house look less garbo? Maybe? I haven't really looked. I've never really cared too much about the sink because I never wanted to make it my my player home. But I do have some extra space, so maybe after this stream I'll look and see if I can find any mods that makes the sink look better. And if I find one that looks good, I'll download it. There's a weapon mod that makes it shoot 44? You mean the Malorian?
Regrettably not, sir. All modules in this habitat are synthetic personalities atop a mundane operating system. There is no intelligence here, sir.
The sink best home just because of the telegun. True. That is a pretty good thing about it, but I do prefer the like cabins and stuff like that, just like the really wasteland-esque type housing. But yeah, being able to teleport here is nice. It's found in the DLC. Oh right, you mean the dog gun, right? Right. Yeah, I am aware of that one. Yeah, it turns it into like a bulldog that shoots 44.
Indeed, sir. Though if Sir's aim is to activate them, I lament to inform Sir that most have been offline for some years. If Sir were to ask my opinion, I should venture that Sir is better off without them. However, if Sir is determined to inflict upon Sir's self their dubious services, Sir might locate backup personality discs elsewhere in the facility. The other modules are rather erratic, Sir. Their personality matrices are built on flawed logic and have not weathered the years well, Sir. Tragically, the core operating systems are also located on the personality tapes, Sir. Once the tape is installed, Sir may request I switch their dialectic interfaces off, and I shall oblige with great delectation. However, Sir will still be required to locate and install a backup holotape to access their functionality. As I am given to understand, Sir, this facility was once the property of a Dr. Mobius. He crafted the personality modules as part of a collection of experiments on the subject of machine-human interface. As to the reason for the unusual choices of devices to receive the modules, I cannot say. Indubitably, Sir. In addition to managing the personality matrices of the other household utilities, I can provide Sir with direct access to the commissary. Any goods Sir might require may be purchased through my shopkeep interface, whence tiny robots shall deliver them forthwith to this very domicile.
Okay, that's funny. Tiny robots will deliver them. Alright, I need to go to the bathroom again. Sorry, I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Alright, I want to buy
Very
some
good,
stuff.
sir. If I might suggest a table wine, the 64 Atomic Claret is a lovely little vintage.
Alright, do you have 12.7? Oh my god, yeah, it has like almost nothing of any round. That's what I was afraid of. Yeah, it has 10 rounds of regular 12.7. God damn it! Alright, let's break down some of this 357. Maybe like that much.
To put sir's feet up, and I might serenade sir with the dulcet tones of a light opera?
No. Silence machine. Alright, Malorian, here we go. I want to make that on this, and then put it here. Nice. We're back, boys. I like the idea that my character is just poking the glass like, ooh. Okay, that's where the brain would be. This is my heart. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll just put my guns and stuff in here. Alright, so... Oh, wait, these are both the same thing. Ah. My bad. Oh, well. We're pretty good on carry weight right now, so I'll just take everything. Alright, let's go to Big Mountain. And then put this on.
Intruder, you will not escape the eyes of my robo-scorpions or their pincers.
More ammo to break down. Okay, how much do we have? 8, 2. Okay, it's quite a lot. And it's basically perfect condition. Oh my god! Jesus. If you want to redesign the sink, try the sink simple overhaul. You don't have to remove your items if you already have stuff in it.
Intruder, you will not escape the eyes of my robo-scorpions or their pincers.
Alright, yeah, I will check that out after the stream. Pagan's character does the pointing soy jack meme. Which pony from MLP is your favorite? Ooh, that's a tough one. I usually alternate between all of the main 6, to be honest. It's really hard for me to pick, like, a favorite among them. And if we're not talking about them, I'd probably say Chrysalis. Save. All right, I think we're good. God, for a bunch of lobotomites, they can aim pretty well. Because they lit me up better than most enemies in the base game. You fuck off. Where's the other one? I like how it's got a varmint rifle silencer, but it's clearly the, like, the TGA suppressor that actually goes on the AK. Oh god, that ammo check animation. Okay, the reload animation is good. But I have, like, no ammo for it. Yeah, just give me the silencer and drop it. Hold on a second. I want to go check out the cave. Begging like Chrysalis because you have a fat cock. You bitch. Lobotomice.
Don't want to argue philosophy with you. Brotherhood are preservationists. Tech in the wrong hands, it's dangerous. Mojave's proof.
No denying that. Proof's here in this crater, all around us. Your tribe, the Brotherhood, haven't met many of you. Wanted to. Thought you might be the last chance for the Mojave, the West, the East. But you're all the same mind. Obsessed.
Elijah is obsessed. He's mad. It's why they ordered his execution.
Two are more alike than you know. Too wrapped up in the wrong bits of history to see ahead. Not judging. I know how it is. People are like couriers. You and him. Sometimes don't even know the message they bring. You all had a new flag. Thought maybe new ideas along with it. What you believe isn't any better than the bear or bull. No future in either.
So says the man with the old world flag on his back. America, the Commonwealth, burned away.
America sleeps. And until it's dead, I carry it. Just like I carried you. More than hope. Belief. There's voices here in the big empty. I want to talk to them. Not like your Elijah did. Got questions. Want to hear history give its answer.
Alright, so I meant to say this before I played it. If I see chat just starts going bear bull, bear bull, bear bull, anytime Ulysses speaks, I will ban you from the chat.
Didn't think you'd make it back.
Almost didn't. Got my answers. Your Elijah. He met the gods in this place. Did a good job of making them question the way of things.
Do you know where he went?
He's gone to the Sierra Madre. That's a special kind of hell. He won't come back. Someone smarter, tougher is going to kill him. If the Madre doesn't.
I have to go after him. courier?
Get him to come to me. Got a message for him. Like the message he had for me. Make them walk the road west, straight and true. Sink their feet in old world ash. Let storms tear at them. See the divide. See what happened.
The divide? There's nothing there.
Nothing there. Like the big empty. The Sierra Madre. No. The old world sleeps there. Sure as the flag I carry. The courier knows the way. And at the divide, he and I, there, we'll have an ending to things.
Oh my god, you guys are fucking... Banning us for acting up is for big streamers. You need us, marsupial man. I hate you. I shall re into that good night. Re. Four-legged brown animal, two-horned animal. Re. On whatever date Pagan plays LSR, we Lonesome Road, we talk about bear balls. He can't ban us all. Oh, but I can. God, I'm actually a little bit sad we don't have Wild Wasteland on now, just so I can fight the tiny Deathclaw that comes out of the where is it? Yeah, this doghouse. yeah, we can turn that in. But Pagan, if you ban us all, who will watch you? You'll still watch, you just won't be able to speak. Well, Wasteland is such a great feature. Yeah, I think what I'll do is I'll get a mod, or even if I have to make the change myself, the next time I do a playthrough of this, I'll make it so we get 3 traits instead of 2. And I'll use the spare trait to have Wild Wasteland. Just so we don't miss anything. I like how Dala was like, I don't want him going and taking up residence in this area with my teddy bears, and it's like the first place I go. But I want to speak. I want my free speech. Then don't spam bear bull, bear bull. Problem solved. Oh yeah, I can make auto-inject stim packs with these. Let me take that. God, Fallout 3 has conditioned me to always take cameras to turn into Scribe Rothschild in Fallout 3 for money. And I keep wanting to pick them up, and I'm like, no, this isn't Fallout 3. You have found a recalibration file for the sonic emitter. Take it to the jukebox in the sink to recalibrate the sonic emitter for new effects. Okay. Hmm. Is this Dr. Klein? So much booze. Okay, yeah, this is definitely Dr. Klein's place. 102. Okay, I think this is 8's place. No, this is Mobius. This is definitely Mobius's. Yes, give me all of the mentats, every last one of them. Ah, yeah, this must be, Boros. Hold on. I think there's a key for that. Oh my god, it's almost 11 o'clock. I'll probably have to end soon. I'll at least finish going through this place, but yeah, we'll probably have to end soon. Skill book, bottle caps. Alright. Where would I put a key? Random dino toy. I swear I remember there being a key. Oh, right there. Ulysses can say, Bear and Bull he wants, but not us. Yeah, exactly. Minor Mentats addiction. The Sonichu emitter is the legendary variant. Gentlemen, this is Democracy Manifest. Local rat threatens to remove my free speech. What if I say bull and then bear? Would that solve it? No. Dr. Dalla, I found a teddy bear. Dr. Dalla. Do you want to know what I'm gonna do with that teddy bear, Dr. Dalla? Oh my god. Kimball Caesar, Kimball Caesar, Kimball Caesar. This was their houses before they went insane? Yes. What's your favorite weapon armor from Old World Blues? Armor would probably have to be the stealth suit. And weapon-wise... oh god. I guess the layer, however you say it. Let's see, that's empty. Anything in here? Not really. I don't care. Dog hide, Jesus. God, what a freak, man. I think out of all of them, Boris is probably my, Boros, I should say, is my least favorite, just because of the fact that he's a animal abuser. I fucking hate him. Okay, this is definitely 8's place. Pagan likes the femoid suit. Impossible. Well, you see, it's like the only armor in the entire fucking DLC. Other than like the science suits, which I don't really care about. Jesus. Does 8 have like Asperger's or something? What the fuck? Yeah. He put the burger in the ass. Asperger's. Not Asperger. Asperger's. God, it sounds weird when you put emphasis on the P. Makes it sound weirder. But yeah, in the, if you have Wild Wasteland, a fucking Deathclaw called Spike, a little tiny one, comes out of this doghouse and attacks you, and it's actually really strong and kind of crazy. Like how, like its stats are insane. Willie had no problem sonically ejaculating in front of everyone. Alright, let's go turn in these sync personalities that we grabbed.
The Uncanny Valley Research Center has been canceled until further notice. As in, until someone notices it.
Oh yeah, doesn't the desert armor suit come with its own gloves? Do I even need these on? Hold on. Yeah, it does have its own gloves. Although they are just black gloves, so I think I'll just put these back on. Yeah, I like that better. You can see my fingies. Tiny but mighty, yeah. My fucking ears. Yeah, the announcements over the intercom and shit are really loud. It hurts my ears. Alright, let's do jukebox first.
Ooh, yeah, dig that sweet music. Damn, it's good to be back online. Dig, I'm a acoustical wizard, kid. Old Doc Mo used me to prototype his sonic weapon designs. Get me a good sample base to work from, and I can whip up a wave that makes Jericho look like a kazoo. Got yourself a sonic emitter, don't you? Thought so. Bring that old thing on in here and bring me some sound samples and I'll make that baby sing. Or scream, if that's what you want. Right on, Daddy-o. Just plug it in and I'll mix you up a sweet, sweet sound. Right on, Daddy. Let's spin some grooves.
I don't actually know what these do.
You heard of Doc?
Hold on. Opposite. EMP damage versus... bonus damage versus robots, power armor, critical kill, dismemberment. Okay.
Boney sang with the staff band till his wife caught him in bed with a nurse. Now he haunts the med center, still singing the blues. What's the haps?
Okay. And then... what did Revelation do again? Critical strike paralysis. Okay. I definitely don't care about that one. Recalibrate, Revelation, and Tarantula. What does this do? Critical strike incendiary. Okay, so it sets things on fire. Honestly, that's probably the most useful one that we've seen. Yeah, I'll hang on to that. Alright, and then we had some other stuff, I believe.
Good day, citizen. Library Processing Unit 232.7 is online and ready to eradicate sedition. Of course, citizen. That's my duty and sole joy in life. All those books from before the war, full of seditious, treasonous, complicated thoughts. Just dump them in and lickety-split. I'll have them pulped, scrubbed clean, and pressed out again clean and white and sedition-free. What good is eradicating sedition if the malcontents have ready access to the means to make more, citizen? I can also process pencils and clipboards. Wait a moment. Pencil processors offline? Pencil processors offline? Apologies, citizen. It seems traitors have absconded with that module. If you can find a backup copy of the module, I will happily eradicate your ability to create seditious literature. Blank books are better for the mind, citizen. Real science by real men in lab coats has proved that introducing outside thoughts confuses the brain. Blank books encourage the reader not to question, but to blindly and zealously accept what's put in front of him. Also, I suppose you could use them to keep a journal. Citizen, that sounds dangerously seditious. If my re-indoctrination module was installed, I'd take care of that for you. Sadly, that system was cut for budget concerns, so you'll have to perform your own indoctrination. Now, to begin with, you'll need a cage that can fit over your head and a sack of mole rats. Now you're thinking like a citizen, citizen. Questions are dangerously close to independent thought, citizen. Stay loyal, citizen.
Jesus. Be gone, communist trees. Trust the lay soy and slay book shoot. China would love him.
If you know what the word proletariat means, do you know what that makes you? Well-read and erudite. For a communist.
Shame you don't get the opportunity to fight against power armored opponents. Yeah, unless you turn against the Brotherhood, that's pretty much the only way you'd really get a chance to. Question for you: who do you think is the hottest pony? I think it would.
Perhaps Sir would care to put Sir's feet up.
Shh, silence. I think it would have to be Rainbow Dash because all that friction while flying would make so much heat. Well, obvious the hottest one is Celestia, since she has the power of the sun. She can make things as hot as she wants. She can literally melt entire buildings by just being near them in her other form. wouldn't say Rainbow Dash is hot, but she did have to get titanium reinforcements for her leading wingtips after joining the Wonderbolts. Bayan is pretty open on why he likes Chrysalis. She looks cool. Wow, I can't believe Pagan is a commie. I like Luna because she's redacted. Behold the powers of Sunny D.
And I might serenade, sir, with the dulcet tones of a light opera.
Okay, so we don't have that yet. Don't have that. Or that. I think that's everything. I don't really think I have anything else.
Might I be of service, sir?
Let's see. Is there anything I can give you? No. Alright. Alright, I'm getting tired and we've been going for a while anyway. It's already past 11 for me. How long have we been going? Hold on. Started streaming 8 hours ago. Somehow I feel it's been a lot longer than that. I don't think that's correct. Hold on. I don't actually see anything else where it would tell me. Yeah, no, it's been almost 9 hours. Okay. 8 hours and 58 seconds. Alright, well, yeah, I think I'm ready to call it there. We'll pick this up again another time. I'll probably be doing more Stalker Gamma after this. But we'll come back to Old World Blues soon. And sorry, I was looking at the camera. I thought I saw something. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, Stalker Gamma next time, and then Old World Blues again after that. So, yeah. Thank you for coming out. I had a good time. Goodbye.